Hello. Are we live? Yeah, we are. Hey everyone, welcome back. It's your internet Choom. Cyber Choom. Excuse me about my voice. My voice has been a bit weird for the past couple of days. But I ain't here to talk. I'm here to fly. Oh. So, we are continuing our journey through Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024. Yesterday was interesting. I had to set up all my shit. My controller, my game. Apparently, I had ray tracing on in Microsoft Flight Simulator. So I turned that off. I also changed a bit of the settings in like the graphical settings and also the way it handles the shaders. I changed the cache for the shaders to the NVMe and not my internal SSD so that things are a little bit faster. I also did something interesting. I hope it works out on stream. You get to see it pretty soon. Also, I realized that my desk is severely unbalanced. Like, the right side sags a lot compared to the left side. So there's like there's like an incline from left to right. I only realized it because I started to use a webcam. Not necessarily for my Vtube model. I don't actually see myself on the iPad that I use for Vtube Studio. I do see myself from my phone webcam, which I have it set up because of one cool trick that I set up at last night after stream. And I will reveal what that is in just a second. I know I said I was going to do almost everything on stream, just as a way to, like, struggling with how to set up equipment and stuff, I think is very much part of the flight simulator experience. Because flight simulator games, from my perspective, from my non-expert, plebeian, novice perspective, it's not an everyday application. Most people don't really run flight simulators. Most people who own a PC don't do flight simulators. Most people who play video games frequently don't do serious flight simulators. And a lot of the equipment that you need, a lot of the hardware and the software that you need are somewhat unique and peculiar to flight sims. And they're not really used outside of flight simulators from what I understand. So understanding what equipment, what kind of hardware, what kind of software you need is part of the learning curve, I think, for flight sims. Anyways, we're just gonna go straight in. Just to warm up, last stream we unlocked missions for career. We can do like we can start earning money by doing jobs like missions. However, I wanna
on this
warm up by oh, sorry about that, I hit my microphone. I want to warm up by redoing the certification, the solo flight. Where was it? Yeah, solo flight. Yeah, I also want to check that all my settings work with my OBS in full streaming mode. Like, I can have OBS on, I can have it set to stream. It's not the same as when it's like actually encoding the videos and it's sending that data to YouTube. So let's try it. Now, the way I have my Vtube studio set up is I'm using a very old iPad and it's right below my monitor. So this iPad is, I think, 12th gen, or maybe even maybe even older than 12th gen. It's a very old iPad. Now,
I'll be watching from the ground, in radio contact if you need me, but something tells me you won't.
Yep. Okay.
Your goal is to complete Sedona's left-hand traffic pattern on your own.
Now, with
Remember
Vtube
everything we
Studio,
covered in our previous sessions, and you'll be just fine.
my computer is
Good
reading
luck.
the
See you on the
tracking
other side.
data from the iPad so that it can be used in Vtube Studio to manage my model. However, I have another phone. I have my actual phone that I set up next to my iPad that's also being used by my computer as a webcam through Windows through the link to Windows feature, which is being so the webcam's video footage is being fed into a software called iBeam Tracker, which is then using OpenTracker or OpenTrack, which is then now being used by Microsoft Flight Simulator to do this. It's tracking my head movements and controlling the in-game camera. Pretty neat, isn't it? So I don't have to use my mouse to look around like a pleb. This is very cool, but the setup is super janky because I'm using my phone connected to Bluetooth to my computer, using link to Windows, and using two separate programs to like simulate eye tracking. So normally you would get something like a Tobii eye tracker or one of those standalone specialized head and eye tracking software, but those are expensive, and why do that when you can use a webcam? So this also kind of fits with my VTube model because they are both just tracking my head, and it allows me to move my camera around as much as I want. I can, oh yeah, it kind of freaked out over there. Okay, I gotta calibrate this. So calibration is, what was it? Alt V. Yeah. So I can go down, I can go up, I can turn left, I can turn right. And I can like lean. I can like lean. I can zoom in. So if I lean in to my computer, like to my phone, just a little bit, I can lean in and I can read the panels. Even though I don't know what any of this means yet, I can at least see what they are. Very cool. Okay. I also did something with my joystick. So last time, yesterday for me, I got my Logitech Extreme 3D Pro Plate Stick, which is a very cheap stick compared to all the mid-range HOTAS setups and whatnot. It had a wiggle. The joystick, when the joystick itself is supposed to have resistance using springs and other mechanical devices built in, but even in its idle state, it had a pretty severe wiggle in the Z axis, so when you're twisting it. Now, I looked it up, and apparently you can fix it, kind of, by taking apart the handle, like taking apart all the screws and disassembling the handle, and then trying to increase contact with the springs inside that manages the Z-axis resistance. So I opened it up. The people on Reddit said you should just file down some of the plastic, let's say, there's like a little plastic gap that manages two spring ends. The two spring ends jut out into the handle cover, and so when you twist it, the spring ends are supposed to make contact with the handle plastic cover and apply pressure while you twist that handle. The plastic ends were too far apart, and so you needed to, you could either file down the plastic gap so that the spring ends are closer together, or I just took a bunch of like a thick paper, rolled it up, and then created like a pad so that the gaps between the spring ends and the plastic cover have been padded with paper. This actually worked out pretty well. I now have very, very little wiggle. If I actually go into settings, so if we look at my z-axis, yesterday we had a dead zone to like about here because that's how bad the wiggle was. Now I'm applying slight pressure, barely moving. Barely moving. So that's a dramatic reduction in whatchamacallit. It's a dramatic reduction in the wiggle. The wiggle is reduced. Cool. Okay. So we have the tracker IR set up. Oh god. My computer is struggling, but I'm not surprised. Okay. Let's take off and see how everything goes. Yeah, so I gotta be mindful of how I move my head now, because it actually matters. Let's pull up. Let's get rid of flaps. We're gonna climb to 5,300 feet. We're gonna try and maintain 75 knots. I'm going to start turning. If I want to take a look, I can zoom in a little bit, like that. Though I technically don't have to because I have an icon on the top left. I might get rid of that just for immersion and also freeing up real estate on my screen. We're gonna keep climbing. We're a little bit too fast, so we're gonna increase our attitude. We're gonna get more attitude. I do want to climb up a little bit more. We will reach 6,000 feet and then we will start slowing down. Okay, I'm off a little bit. Okay, we are now at 6,000 feet. Going to stop climbing. I gotta change my heading just a little bit. Yeah, I need to stop climbing. Okay. Going 0 attitude, and then we now start going down. Increase flaps. start slowly let's say let's hit 5,000 feet by the time we reach the downwind leg. We're a bit too fast, so throttle down. Maybe we're going down a little bit too quickly. Gonna turn. That's going to help us lose speed. Okay, we're a little bit too slow. We're also kind of low. Yeah, we're a little bit too slow. Let's throttle up a little bit. Trying to like lift myself up to see. Okay, there we go. Okay, straighten out, straighten out. Go idle. Okay. Oh, just a little bit more. Okay, that wasn't too bad. Yeah, we're just like calibrating, setting things up. So what I can't use my mouse for is interacting with the aircraft, actually.
You're on your way to becoming one hell of a pilot.
Okay, now now I think it's time to resource usage exceeds GPU memory. Yeah, that's what I was worried about. I do run out of VRAM in a lot of games because my GPU, I think the 2080 Super is actually quite a workhorse, but it only has 8 gigs of video memory, so it's not a lot when you're trying to do all of this. The game runs perfectly fine when I'm just only running Microsoft Flight Simulator. It's just that when I'm running Vtube Studio and OBS in conjunction with the game, the graphics card really does run out of RAM. But as long as the game doesn't crash, I don't mind. So, let's go to missions and try to understand what the missions are all about. Oh, an interesting fact I read about Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024 is that a lot of the data that the game uses is being streamed. Like, you don't actually have it stored on your device or on your PC locally. You only have like the most basic assets downloaded onto your computer, Most of the world data is like streamed online. So it's a very internet heavy game. First flight, a ride with familiar faces from the local club around downtown Millbrae. What is downtown Millbrae? Jordan Martinez has planned a surprise for one of his colleagues. He's treating him to a flight over their hometown near downtown Millbrae. Departure, Half Moon Bay Flight Club, 15 minutes, 2 passengers. Okay. Okay. KHAF2, okay. What is VFR? I'm assuming this is visible range. 75 nautical miles. So it's sunny with a bit of cloud. 60 degrees Fahrenheit, which is god awful. Can I get empirical units, please? Now, can I get rid of empirical units and get metric? Yeah, hybrid. I heard from I once had the opportunity to talk to someone who worked in the US Air Force for like 20 years. And I didn't know anything about flights, but apparently altitude is measured in feet for flight everywhere. Like no one uses the metric system for altitude. So seems a bit weird, but okay. 15 miles, 51 pounds of... God damn it, why am I getting pounds? 51 pounds of fuel. I don't know what pounds are. What is a pound? Where did it come from? I understand feet. It's like literally meant to be the feet length of like the ruling king or whatever. But who came up with pounds? Okay, so mission criteria: sightseeing quality, flight smoothness, and landing smoothness. So I need to be smooth. Well, if I can fly as smoothly as my brain, then we're all set. Oh shit, what the fuck? Do I really have to do this? I don't think this is like... Yeah, no, let me skip this. This is not a very technical thing to do. I don't mind like doing flight checks and planning and reviewing flight plans, but this is just literally walk up to a piece of covering and take it off. I guess it's a nice way to look at your plane.
Hope you're ready to work your magic up there, Cap. Hey, Captain, meet Jordan. He's keen on discovering the sights around San Mateo County. He's one of our friends, so I'm counting on you to treat him well and show him around. By the way, one of his colleagues came with him. Seatbelt fastened? Then you're all set. Let's do it!
Okay, so this must be the guy. Cool. just align, keep wings level. Here, let's take off the brakes. Good. Press enter to announce taxi. What?
Kilo Hotel Alpha
Oh,
Foxtrot
shit.
traffic. Cessna November 66736 is taxiing to runway 30, Kilo Hotel Alpha Foxtrot traffic.
Nice to meet you, Captain. I'm Jordan. Never had the chance to fly over downtown Millbrae before, and I'm thrilled. so I'm counting on you to show me lots of cool stuff around my place.
Yeah,
Hey there, I'm David.
you
It's
signed
so
a
great hanging out
liability
with you
waiver,
today.
right?
By hanging out, I mean flying.
I really hope you signed a liability waiver, because there's a very good chance that you're not gonna make it. Okay. Let's taxi to our runway. Which is where exactly? ATC didn't give me a callback. What the fuck? What the fuck, ATC? Oh, sorry. I'm supposed to use the fucking acronyms. Whiskey, Tango, Foxtrot. Where am I going? Do I need to turn that setting on? Or is it just like... Is it just because this is a very much a guided mission? What the fuck? So, Jordan. You see, I literally got my license yesterday. And I've never flown without an instructor. So... Am I supposed to say something? Like, is there a command that I need to press? Because where am I going? Which runway? Okay, screw it. I'm just gonna go to the closest runway and just take off. I'm gonna turn around. So my GPS is off. Sure, why? Nav frequency. Yeah. Oh god. Yeah, it's the little things like being able to look quickly to the right without moving my mouse. That's really, really nice. It feels so much better than just like relying on a joystick or just your mouse. Anyways, we spent way too much time trying to get to the taxi. Trying to... Do you say trying to get to taxi? You're not getting to taxi, you are just taxiing to the runway, right? Yeah. I think this is it. I do see the marker over there, to the right. I did see autopilot function. Which might be not... Oh. A bit too fast. Yeah, the one thing I don't have is a... like a brake lever. I only have a button for engaging the brakes. So, it engages full brakes the moment I press the button. What I could get is a separate thrust controller with multiple thrust controls, so that I can assign different functions to the axes, like thrust and brakes, and maybe like aileron trims. I don't know if people do that. Currently, I also set my trims to my joystick. There's a joystick on top of my flight joystick. Oh. And I have my trims set to
Kilo
that.
Hotel Alpha Foxtrot traffic. Cessna November 66736. Taking off runway tree 0. Departure to the east. Kilo Hotel Alpha Foxtrot traffic.
It's a bit scary, but still exciting.
Bro, I
Mostly
am
exciting.
fucking terrified. I hope you're ready. I hope you're ready. Oh god. Oh, where's my chat? Whoopsie. Gotta make sure I look at chat while I'm flying a fucking airplane. Also, I did notice that someone did subscribe to my channel while I was streaming, and Streamlabs didn't pick it up. So, sorry about that. Your name should have popped up on my screen as an overlay. Okay, my flaps are set to 0, so let's turn it up to 10. Let's get to the center. Okay. $55, 60. Start taking off. We are off. Turning off flaps. Climb to 550 feet. Okay. Okay. Fly to San Mateo County. Ooh, getting some turbulence. Okay, let's go ahead and set it to about... Ooh, that's turbulence. I'm not moving my joystick. Okay, what would be a good
Relax,
speed?
Jordan. You're gripping the seat so hard you're going to break your hand.
Oh god. Yo, my hands are getting warm. It's already getting warm. They're about to start sweating. I think that means my passenger's a bit freaked out. We're at 1,000 feet. We might be a bit too high for sightseeing. So let's try to smooth things out. Smooth. I also would like... I don't know where my waypoints are on my right side panel.
This is so much more amazing than I expected.
Yeah, I know, this is incredible. I really love it. Uh-oh, we're losing... Yeah, let me not lose altitude too much. And then we will actually slow down a little bit. Decrease throttle by... about... Yeah, let's keep it around 90. How about that? Then we'll just kind of move around. Let him see the sights.
Will we see the office? Would be fun. Oh yes.
I love how it uses TTS voice software and not these like latest ChatGPT or any of these like fancy voice to text AI, text to speech AI. I think there's a bit of charm in that nowadays. The latest text to voice TTS, the latest TTS that people companies use like ChatGPT. Okay, I need to
You
pull
don't
up.
really feel dizzy from up here. Jennifer told me that before we get on board, and I was a bit skeptical, but it's true.
Yeah, I think we're a bit too close to the ground. Okay, I don't want to hit those poles, so let's move around. Jesus. I wasn't keeping my eye out on this airspeed. I think I was pulling up too much. We are at below 50, so let's avoid this. And then get our airspeed back up.
Look, the Earth is unfolding before our eyes. I love it.
Brother, we almost fucking face planted into a hill. Let me concentrate. Okay, 2,000 feet. I think we're good with obstacles, so let's smooth it out again. Where can I find my, like, headings and stuff?
Jordan? Even better than you thought, right?
Our pilot is treating us right. This is an amazing experience.
I'm happy for you. I'll let you to enjoy the moment.
Let me set my trims. So I'll set the nose trim to about 5%, so that we don't, like, automatically lose attitude. I think that's how you're supposed to use it, right? When we're cruising.
I know we're up really
Right, so
high,
I'm no
but
longer
it's totally
pulling
fine.
down on my joystick. And we are not going down. We're going maybe a little bit up. So I'll just reduce it just a little bit. Okay, it's a bit loud. I do want him to see the sights, so let's decrease our altitude just a little bit. We will also do some sightseeing ourselves, because now our plane is cruising. Look at that, it's
You
San
remember the big
Mateo
party with the
County.
team we organized last year? I think it was somewhere around here. It's San Mateo County, right?
Yeah, it's San Mateo County.
Come on. Of course I remember. It's amazing. I recognize everything down there.
What is 161 kilometers? In terms of fucking miles. God damn it. Fuck it. We go back to Imperial units. Where was it? Assistance. No. Language. Yeah, if like the objectives are in Imperial units, like, fuck me. No, give me the. Yes, stay below 87. Stay within 0.5 nautical miles of the city. We are going to decrease throttle and start heading down.
Everything's just a blur below us. It's a shame we can't get
I
lower.
am going down. I am going down. Just hold your horses. I don't want to crash into the fucking ground. Okay, we are losing altitude. I'm gonna keep turning, actually. Because this guy didn't get to see a lot of the,
We're going too fast. I expected flying to be more like meditation.
son of a bitch.
I feel like we're a bit too high. It's hard to see anything.
Bro, I heard you the first time. We are at 1,300 feet.
We're going too fast. I expected flying to be more like meditation.
Let's even out and then manage our speed. think we lost a little bit too much altitude. Now let's regain some altitude and get some of our speed back up. Okay, we don't need more altitude. Okay. Okay, we are flying around San Mateo City. Jesus.
Hey, that's my house. And my neighbors. I feel like I want to wave.
That's a bummer. I think I totally missed it.
Can't complain, right? One of those moments you don't forget.
Okay, I'm too far away from the city. Let's turn back. Resist the temptation
Not
to like
complaining, but seeing it
make
up
a
close would have
tight
been nice.
turn. I'm just gonna take it slow. Focus on making sure everything goes smoothly. Our speed's okay. We can increase our throttle just a little bit more. We are turning, so it should be bleeding our speed a little bit. But once we level out, it should be fine. Okay, turning, heading back to the city.
Not complaining, but seeing it up close would have been nice.
All the horses. Okay, I have engaged autopilot to see what it does. Flight director. Navigation mode. GPS. Oh, it gives me the headings, okay. I need to know how all of these settings work. These are actual like as close as the game can get
I
to
can
the
see
actual
forever.
plane, right? So I already am within 0.
Not complaining, but seeing it up close would have been nice.
Yeah, I'm not sure why we are... We should be within 0.5 nautical miles from the city. No, we're way too far away, okay. I think if you look at the map on the right side, there is a cluster of buildings. Let's head on over
Not
there.
complaining, but seeing it up close would have been nice.
I think it's over there. Altitude's fine. We're a bit too fast. Let's bring it down a little bit.
Not complaining, but seeing it up close would have been nice.
This is our fuel gauge. Looks like that's an airport. Yeah, so let's avoid the airport and we'll move around it. Did we do it? Fly to Half Moon Bay, so we gotta go back now. I think we did it. So let's increase our speed. Let's gain some altitude. Because we had some pretty big mountains over there. Oh, okay, that's a little bit too much. Okay. I think our fly to pattern entry, connect to airport via ATC, or press. Okay.
When we took off, I thought there should have been a drum roll or something.
We're kind of stable now. I don't believe I see the airport just yet. So, press to announce position.
Kilo Hotel Alpha Foxtrot traffic, Cessna November 66736, 5 miles northeast, 2,600 feet. Inbound to land, runway 30, Kilo Hotel Alpha Foxtrot traffic.
If I'm inbound runway 30, that means I should... How should I do the flight entry pattern? So... Do I have to do it, like, does it show up on the GPS? So I'm a little bit confused because I pressed the GPS on my nav. Now I have these pink lines that I don't know what they represent. FPL, this is okay. Okay, so I just go here. Wow, the camera kind of jerks around when I
David,
drink coffee.
You've gone silent. Everything all right?
I am
Just
concentrating.
enjoying the moment. Flying over our own place is amazing.
Totally. Great minds think alike.
I think we should see the airport to our left. Yep. Do see it. There we go. Okay. I think I should have a wider turn. I'm looking at the GPS markers on the top left of the screen, and it seems like it has a pretty long lead up to the runway. And I don't want to like hit the GPS mark and then make a sudden turn. So let me back up a little bit like this. I'm a bit too slow. Altitude is 2200. I think that's a bit too high. I'm gonna increase my flaps right now. Max speed with flaps down exceeded. Ooh,
Back
this
to
is...
the airport already, guys? So, Jordan, you want to fly again?
I'm going to walk off
Fantastic flight.
and then come
5
back
stars.
around.
Would totally recommend it.
Great time from start to finish. Thanks, Captain.
Turn off flaps. Yeah, I'm gonna turn around and make that approach again. Because that was pretty terrible. I was way too high, way too fast, and I didn't really understood where I was supposed to land. Like I thought there was a different runway. So another thing I read up about Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024 is that it uses live data for ships, air traffic, and weather. Like, the game gets the data is from like the different monitoring organizations, publicly available weather patterns and stuff like that, and then simulates them inside the game in real time. What am I doing? Let's head back out this way. I think I'm a little bit too low now. Get the flaps up. Or flaps down, I guess. I'm way too fast.
Oh, that gave me some serious chills.
Wait, this wasn't runway 30? The fuck? Oh, well. Okay, we're gonna have to do this again. Is there a way for me to check? So if this wasn't runway 30, then where was it? Oh. Announce to parking. Announce taxi to parking. I'm pressing it. I think I screwed up because this isn't even the runway I'm supposed to be in. Right? Fuck me. Let's restart. Okay. Yeah, let's skip this.
Hope you're ready to work your magic up there, Cap. Hey, Captain, meet Jordan. He's keen on discovering the sights around San Mateo County. He's one of our friends, so I'm counting on you to treat him well and show him around. By the way, one of his colleagues came with him. Seatbelt fastened? Then you're all set. Let's do it!
Here, let's look at the flight plan. Depart VFR pattern via straight. Runway 30. ICLB? Heading 304. En route. Waypoint heading. Okay, incline straight. We'll fly around. And then we do a flight pattern like this. Okay. TRDP1, heading 210. Flight rules VFR. Okay, let me look at these. What do these do? Oil pressure. I think that means fuel flow. Okay. I think it's the same as mine. Like the layout. So, map. Layout. Oh, you can put a map in here. Okay. HSI map. Okay. Topographic, detail all. Heading knob, course setting. Barometric pressure setting. What the heck do all these mean? EFD display, auto, okay. Flight plan FPL 000 7 miles, okay.
I start my day in silence. Where are my slippers? Where's my notebook? My dreams,
Yeah.
write them down. Write down your dreams. Write down your dreams. Don't forget to
Don't
write
really
down your
know
dreams.
what all of that is.
More silence. More silence.
Announce taxi.
It's
Kilo Hotel Alpha Foxtrot traffic. Cessna November 66736 is taxiing to runway tree 0, Kilo Hotel Alpha Foxtrot traffic.
still silent. I gather my belongings.
The game
Nice
kind
to
of
meet
told
you,
me what to
Captain.
do.
I'm Jordan.
My clothes.
Never had the chance to fly over downtown Millbrae before, and I'm thrilled. So I'm counting on you to show me lots of cool stuff around my place.
I'm telling a story.
Hey there, I'm David. It's so great hanging out with you today. By hanging out, I mean flying.
The silence starts to break. I start to sing to myself and gauge how I feel. I put my clothes on. And still, more silence, more silence. Where's my water? Drink plenty of water. Be fluid. Be
Okay, time reference, ADF, CDI, OBS, PFD optical. What is select heading select mode?
Sound to grow within my belly. I am ready to start my day. I let my vocals
GPS, navigation mode on or off. Okay. Flight director on, pit, okay. Can I get like a bigger map of where runway is? Or like this airport? What? Okay. Navigation map. I guess I shouldn't screw around with this screen. I should screw around with this screen. Oh, do I control it with this? Okay, yeah, okay. Departure procedure. Yeah, let's head on over to the same place that we went to last time. Which I think was on our left. I think we... No, we don't turn yet. Okay. We turn at the next... Is this still called an intersection? I think it's because this is like an introductory mission. There isn't any real air traffic for me to worry about. But I wonder if in the later missions it does if it does spawn in air traffic. Also, I think I'm supposed to have separate keybinds for communicating with ATC. I'm gonna have to figure out. I'm gonna have to Google that actually. There'll be a lot of Googling and figuring out stuff as we go along. I will also have to find the model of this plane and see if there's like a manual that I can read. Okay, runway 30. Okay, holding short, announce takeoff.
Kilo Hotel Alpha Foxtrot traffic. Cessna November 66736. Taking off runway 30. Departure to the east. Kilo Hotel Alpha Foxtrot traffic.
Yeah, ATC doesn't really communicate back. I'm gonna find a yellow line.
I can tell we need to talk about things, so I'll let you start.
And we're going to take off.
I'm listening. Oh, I understand that. You need help with what you say. Oh, that's crazy. That's crazy, 'cause the last time we talked about this, I felt
Flaps should be on... I think flaps should be on 10, right? We're gonna climb to 550 feet. We're going to reduce flaps, or pull up flaps, because we want to gain speed. Yeah, so how come all the markers on the top left-hand screen is different from what I see in the onboard computer? So ICLB, gonna keep climbing to maybe about 1,000. Level out.
Don't forget to take pictures.
Gonna head on to waypoint, which says straight. And I think that means it's just a straight line to the next waypoint. Let's turn on nav mode. Navigation mode is now on. I'm not sure what that does. We're gonna turn.
Jordan? Even better than you thought, right?
Our pilot is treating us right. This is an amazing experience.
I'm happy for you. I'll let you to enjoy the moment.
Okay, straighten out. So it should be a straight flight towards the next waypoint. Mhm.
Look, it's the spot we used for team building last year. Do you remember?
Good old times.
Okay. Yeah, that's gonna happen every time I drink coffee. One unfortunate side effect of the face tracking software.
Look, the Earth is unfolding before our eyes. I love it.
Let's steer clear of that antenna. So, I think it says heading 047.
Relax, Jordan. You're gripping the seat so hard you're going to break your hand.
I don't think I need to be at 2,000 feet. We're gonna start heading downwards. We're getting a bit too fast now, so let's drop our speed. Do you think it's possible to fly around the world in this, like,
The world looks so
in this
detailed and modern.
aircraft? Oh, what the fuck? Oh, wait. What? Oh, it's my head tracking recentering keybind. That's exactly the same as the showing the HUD thingy.
You okay? Not scared?
I'm too excited to be scared.
Why don't we just keep that on for now? Because I have no idea how these navigation modes work. I think once I read up on how the actual plane flight system works, I can turn these HUD icons off. But for now, I literally have no idea what I'm doing. So I'm gonna keep it on.
Here, it's San Mateo County, right?
It's amazing. I recognize everything down there.
Okay, so it wants me to fly around at 1,000 feet at 87 knots. I'm at 100. Drop my airspeed a little bit more. Yeah, hitting the icons help a lot.
I've never seen the area like this. The folks on the ground have no idea what they're missing.
Okay. Let's climb back up. I'm guessing a plane like this doesn't really have a high cruising altitude, right? Which is why we're so close to the ground. It's a single propeller aircraft. And I can actually feel the turbulence that this plane gets. Okay, it says pattern entry.
Kilo Hotel Alpha Foxtrot traffic. Cessna November 66736. 6 miles northeast, 2,100 feet. Inbound to land, runway tree 0. Kilo Hotel Alpha Foxtrot traffic.
It's gonna do a loop-de-loop. I believe it was a right-hand turn first, and then a left-hand turn. Don't think we
You're
need to be
lucky
at full
fly
throttle.
regularly over the region. I would love that and find secret places I could later visit and explore.
Okay. We're just gonna follow the markers on the map. Speed is... okay, let's drop it down a little bit. Engine RPM 2200, okay, airspeed 106, 105, going down. We're going to be gaining a lot of speed as we go down here though. Pattern entry.
Just enjoying the moment. Flying
Back
over
to
our
the
own
airport
place is
already,
amazing.
guys?
Totally.
So, Jordan, you want to fly again?
Fantastic flight. 5 stars. Would totally recommend it.
Great time from start to finish. Thanks, Captain.
Is this like how you're supposed to do landings every time? Or is this because, like, is this planned out in, like, the flight plan? We can see the airport behind us. So it's the leftmost runway. That's the runway 30. I think our speed is okay. We don't need to speed down right now. So TRDP4, TRDP2. Okay, TRDP1, 2, 3, and 4. Yeah, I think I made a bit of a mistake. I think I should have been turning sooner. We are around 1,000 feet. So yeah, I guess the approach is 1,000 feet. We are at 95. Okay, let's throttle down a little bit. I want to be around like 80, I guess. Because we are about to land. Oh wow, you land pretty close to the runway. Like, I thought there would be a longer approach, I guess. But you just kind of go for it. Okay. If that's the case, we're going a little bit too fast. Let's put... Okay, the final is here. Going to increase flaps.
500.
Put down
Kilo
flaps.
Hotel Alpha Foxtrot traffic. Cessna November 66736 is on final. Runway tree 0. To land. Kilo Hotel Alpha Foxtrot traffic.
And thrust to idle. Flaps. $60, $50, flare up.
Sit smooth.
Reduce speed. Okay, we are now taxiing on the runway. Okay, good. Well, we didn't crash. That's good. That's a good sign. Hold short 0. Okay, hold short. Ah, shit. Yeah, I think I went over the stop line. Okay, let's get to the parking space. Okay, well, aside from the taxiing issue at the very end, I think we did okay. I wonder if Microsoft has a like a documentation for each plane, or if I have to find the documentation from somewhere else. Because I know for I think it was DCS World, you do have documentation from I think the developers themselves, because for DCS World, they have a lot of military aircraft, which the developers try to model the aircraft as close to the real thing as possible, but there are classified information, so they just like so they either modify the game version or they they leave it out. So the actual documentation for, let's say, on A10 Warthog, it's not going to be exactly the same for the in-game Warthog controls. So I remember I had a PDF file that was very long that had all the documentation for the instrument panels and all the functions of the aircraft for the A10 Warthog. And I remember spending days just like trying to figure out what all those settings were, like going through the settings, going through the buttons, and seeing what happens. But that was a long time ago. And a lot of the functions had to do with weapon systems, which obviously for Microsoft Flight Simulator it's not going to be relevant. So I guess I kind of know how to do a gun run and drop a GBU 12 using the sensor pod, but yeah. I'm pretty sure the navigation system for DCS-10, the A10 Warthog and DCS also had a very similar UI as this aircraft. I don't want to hit this guy with the propeller on. That would be a very bad thing to do.
Every time I see a local smile, I think we're doing something pretty great.
Oh
Big
boy.
Pilot, you really made an impression on them.
Control Shift E. Actually, let me open up my tablet. Cruising speed is 67 knots, really? Pilot book. Pull the parking brake lever. Position is on. Throttle lever to the aft position. Aft. Okay, so there is an actual checklist. Turn off all electronic equipments. How do I know how to do that? It's like an off button. Menu. Manual. No, 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 no. No, no, no. Clear. Fucking. Yo, how do I turn the screen off? It's not avionics, is it? Turn off avionics. Oh, I turned that off. Electronic equipment. Okay, so. Landing lights, beacon lights, taxi lights, navigation lights, strobe lights off. I don't want to just shut off my batteries. There has to be a... altitude select. Okay, let's go. Let's move in here. Fuel quality. What the fuck is this? Yo, Garmin. How do I turn you off? There has to be a button that just says on and off, right? There's no way there's no like on and off button. Alternate air. Air calibration. Magneto? The fuck? That's a Marvel character. Alternator battery. Yeah, I don't want to turn it off just yet. Ah. Okay, it fucked up with my... I just literally shut it off. Okay, I guess it kind of works. Hold the mixture level in full aft. Isn't a mixture here? Hi. Oh shit, it worked. Oh shit. Okay, I guess you just fucking switch the batteries off. Do you really not have a separate button for the screen? I think it's called the PFD, right? Anyways, S ranking. That's great. Level 3, baby! Let's go.
Continue building your flight hours by completing more missions, and you'll be ready to move onto your CPL in no time.
The specialization. I think I just flew the JMB air, the VL3, because I got this for my PPL. Oh, I also have the DR400. Okay. Let's go back to certification. We haven't unlocked anything else. So let's go into a mission. Holy shit, that's a lot of missions. Oh my god. The Cessna 172 Hawk. Okay, so what's the first one? Nice stroll over West Etherton with Chris. What's an offer? Oh, you can buy stuff. Grand tour over West Etherton. See full briefing. 2 passengers. San Carlos Flight Club. Okay, let's look at the flight plan. So, San Carlos, runway 12. Direct to San Mateo. What are all these lines? Are these like zones for the airports? It's like straight up in a circle, okay. Approach procedure, downwind. Base final. Oh, we don't do the loop-de-loops here. How come we don't do the loop-de-loop here? What's it called? The leg pattern? The pattern entry. It's like a different left downwind. So I'm assuming it means left downwind. Can I change it? Okay, so you can change it. So this is called a VFR pattern. Kinda wish the game had an in-game wiki for all the aircraft, like all the terminology and concepts related to the game. They already pull in all the data for weather and air traffic and shipping. So it would be nice if I can just do it in game instead of having to open up a web browser. Anyways. Yep, that's good. Okay, let's accept the mission and see what happens. You don't need that much fuel because it's a very short flight. Let's check the flight planner again. Oh yeah, I wanted to know if there's like a separate thing for communicating with ATC. Let's go to keyboard here. What would that be in? Communications? ATC. So it's already bound to the numbers. Okay. Can I have this set to like... Let's try that. Because I remember DCS World also has a similar like communication menu for the ATC. But I actually had a voice attack mod program installed when I played DCS World. So you could just say what you want the game to do. Let's move these things. And what is this? Baggage door? Cool. It's a pretty plane. To request boarding.
Michael, I'm ready.
Oh, okay.
Roger that.
Let's open up our tablet and go for... What is it? Checklist? Oh, it's aircraft. What is this? Okay. Aircraft information. 6 gallons per hour. Cruise speed 124. Max altitude is 1400. Range 640 miles. Okay. Let's do the pre-flight check. Yeah, I did this. Parking brake. Okay, let's get rid of the yoke. Okay, pulled. Ignition switch. Check that the ignition key is on the off. What is this? Yeah, it's off. I think that's the ignition switch. Okay, avionics bus 1 and 2 is off. Confirmed. Master switch, alternator and batteries off. Wait. Oh, turn it on. Okay. Verify the PFD. Primary flight display is on, indeed. Verify level is correct. Fuel quantity. So I believe fuel is... Fuel flow... Can I get the... Where can I see fuel? That's the fuel flow. Oh, fuel. Yeah. It's good. Low fuel. Verify that annunciators are not shown on the PFD. Low bolts. Low fuel left and low fuel R. Yeah, those are not on. Okay. Oil pressure. Verify the annunciator is shown. I do see it. So that's a check. Low vacuum is also check. Low volts is also check. Master switch. Okay, so turn alt and battery off. elevator trim. Set the elevator trim to the takeoff position. I think it's 4.0. Okay, so it's 18% trim. Okay. Yep. Set the fuel selector valve in both position. I think I saw the fuel selector valve here somewhere. Fuel selector valve. That's the flaps. Battery. Fuel pump. Oh, fuel selector 2. Both. Okay. I really gotta I really gotta look down. Maybe I should increase the sensitivity on that. So what I can do, where I can do that is I go into OpenTrack, which is the face tracking software. I believe it's pitch. Yeah, it's pitch. So if I look up, maybe that's a little bit too severe. This. So taking it up goes. Yeah, I don't want to do it too much. I just want it to be a bit more reactive when I look down and up. I think I do this. I'll do 50. No, I don't need to do 50. Let's do 40. Sorry, this is a screen you can't see right now, but I have the OpenTrack mapping properties on my screen. And I'm setting the curve for how reactive the head tracking should be. So because it only tracks my head, when I move my head up like this, I have to look downwards with my eyeballs because the screen doesn't move with my head, obviously. So when I look down, I gotta look up, like I'm giving someone the eye. Okay. That looks good. Let me just like make it less sensitive, maybe. Okay, let's try that. So when I look down, I can see the fuel selector. Yep. I will also let's reset my camera a little bit. Okay. Yeah, so now I can look up, down, up and down more easily. Okay, elevator trim is set. Select the fuel selector valve in both. Did that. Static pressure alternate source valve. Check that the static pressure alternate source valve is in the off position. Alternate. Static pressure alternate source valve is in the off position. That's the magneto. Alternate air. Standby battery. These are electronic, like, these are the lighting systems. Okay, I get it. If it's fuel, it should be like down here, right? That's the fuel valve itself. Not sure where this button is. Altimeter, attitude, altimeter, airspeed calibration, mixture, throttle. Kind of feels like this is it. Alternate air. I don't want to press this button because I should have a keybind for resetting the whatchamacallit. The viewport. So the game also has multiple camera like types, and when you change it, it changes the default location and orientation of your camera. My head tracking doesn't change it, so my head tracking will change it based on the default location of where where the camera is. I should have a button set to switch, like, go through it, so that when I click on this button here, it's gonna bring me downwards towards the button. But then I can't go back up to my normal cockpit position. Anyways. Okay. Pre-flight inspection, empennage. Control surfaces, verify security of attachment in general condition. They should be okay. Elevator trim tab. These are all okay. Yeah, I'm gonna assume these are all the things I did once I was outside. Oil level. How do I check the oil level? I'm assuming these have been done by the game. Landing lights, wheel tire, ailerons. Let's check ailerons. Yeah, it's moving. Flaps. Ah, shit. Before starting engine, verify the brakes are working correctly. Yep. All electrical equipment must be off. Everything is off. Both switches must be off. Fuel selector valve is in both. Fuel shut off valve is fully pushed in. Okay, it is closed. Starting engine. Push the throttle lever slightly. Full mixture level in full aft position. Oh, yeah, cut. Standby battery switch. Okay, it turns on. Verify no red X's through engine page indicators. Verify no red X's through engine page indicators. I think we're okay. Except for oil pressure, but... Okay, master switches. Alternator and battery. Beacon. Push the switch in on the... on. If engine is cold. Auxiliary fuel pump switch. I'm assuming it's cold because we haven't flown this yet. Yeah. Auxiliary fuel pump switch. Push the switch in on the... auxiliary fuel pump. Oh. Pull the mixture level forward. Pull the mixture level in full aft. Fuel pump switch off. Ignition. Engine. What am I doing wrong? It says oil pressure 0. I don't know why. I did everything it told me to do. It said to turn off the fuel pump. Yeah. Open up the fuel valve. Yeah. I tried to follow the freaking engine is cold. Okay, push the switch, auxiliary fuel pump switch. What is this? That was the switch. Oh. Um, That was the right switch. So I turn this on. Does it like do anything? I pushed it forward. I'm assuming this is like to get the engine initially started. Turn it off. Release when the engine starts. Maybe it doesn't have enough fuel. Fuck, this reminds me so much of DCS World. Okay. Fuel pump. Mixture. Then pull it back. Cut it off. Cut it off. Throttle. God damn it. Come on, turn on. Fuel pump on. Mixture 200. Cut it off. Oh. Fuel pump off. Turn on. The balls. Do I have to put the... Okay, let's try this again. Fuel pump on, mixture in. Cut off. Switch to off.
Hey, Captain, this is the moment
Holy
we get to share
shit.
our passion. On board, you're taking one of our friends, Chris, and his wife for a nice scenic ride over the
Okay, so you're supposed to turn the
If the seatbelts are
ignition
fastened,
on,
you're
and
ready for
then
takeoff.
while the engine's turning
Captain,
on,
you know
you
what to
need
do.
to increase your mixture, I guess. I still don't know what that means though, the mixture. Ignition switch. Yeah, I'll put the ignition switch to... I'm assuming like both. Oil pressure is in the green. Yep. Okay. Gently push the mixture lever. Oil is green. Verify annunciator is not shown. It's all gone. Nav light. Avionics switch. Bus 1 and bus 2. Yeah, I don't need this. Before takeoff. Verify no X's are shown. Yeah, everything looks good. No alerts. Okay. I think I turn on taxi lights. Probably strobe lights as well. Maybe not. Okay, strobe lights. Yep. Yep. Yeah, flight controls work. Set the altimeter to the correct value. Oh, altimeter over here. I think it's the correct one. I need to know how to calibrate these. Fuel quantity is good. Mixture. Okay, so fuel mixture should be full forward. Set to full rich. Okay. Fuel selector is in both. Yep. Elevator trim is set for takeoff. Yep. Push the throttle lever to reach 1800 RPM. Check RPM drop 150 RPM on either magnetos or 50 RPM differential between magnetos. What the fuck? Engine indicating system. Yeah, no X's. Vacuum gauge. Verify the vacuum gauge needle is in the green section. Vacuum. I guess. I don't think it's quite in the green. Ammeters and voltmeters. Volts, okay. No on-seaters. Pull the throttle to the aft and check the idle value is correct. It's pulled to the aft. Set the throttle lever to get around 1000 RPM or less. Set the wanted frequency. COM and navigation frequency. COM, nav, and XPDR. I think I find it out in my flight planner. Maybe it's automatic. Yeah. Flaps. Strobe lights are on. Release the parking brakes. Okay. I actually think we're good to go. I just have to take off my parking brakes. Request to... Oh, I should try and open this up.
San Carlos ground. Cessna November 9er 29er61, ready to taxi. Straight out departure with Golf. Cessna November 9er 29er61, taxi to and hold short of runway 12 using taxiway Mike Bravo. Contact tower on 119.0 when ready.
Wait, 12, taxi MB. Okay. Taxi to and hold short of runway 12 using taxiway MB. Acknowledge.
Taxiing. Hold short runway 12 via taxiway Mike Bravo. Cessna 961.
I will have it open here.
Hi, Captain. I'm Chris. Can't wait to be looking down at my hometown.
Hey there, my name's Sarah. I'm Chris's wife. Thanks for taking me up today.
Don't distract me. Okay. Oh boy. Let's not get these people killed, okay? They seem like nice people. Oh god. I'm nervous already. Why are these guys over here? Can you guys get the fuck away? This doesn't look safe. I'm just gonna assume they don't die. So... There's something wrong fucking... I'm looking at the wrong way. Said contact at 119.
San Carlos Tower. Cessna November 9er 2961 ready at runway 12. Straight out departure. Approved. Cleared for takeoff runway 12.
Yep. Turn this plane around. Oh god. Okay. We're kind of good.
Cessna 961. Acknowledge last transmission. Cleared for takeoff runway 12. Cessna 961.
Okay, we're good to go.
I'm super excited by this flight. Hope it's normal not to be scared at all. The guys at the field said you're a super pilot, so we're in your hands now.
The fuck is a super pilot?
I feel it. We're really climbing now.
Yeah, you feel it? Going to reduce my elevator trims. I guess you're always supposed to like use trims just to even out your flight characteristics. So I'm just gonna... I don't think 18% was 4 degrees of trim, which is the takeoff trim. I don't think I need that much. Yeah, I'll set it to like around 14% trim. We're getting a lot of... Getting a lot of lift. Okay, So I guess you're supposed to like tone it
I know
down
we're
once
off
you're in
ground,
the air.
but it's not bad at all.
We don't have
Do
to
you
be
see
at
the
full
city
throttle.
of San Mateo County over here? Awesome.
It's amazing. I recognize everything down there.
I'm gonna have to reduce my speed.
Cessna 9061, leaving my airspace. Frequency change approved.
San Carlos Tower, Cessna November 9er 29er61, frequency change.
Engine
I
RPM
wish
at
we had more time to enjoy
1700.
the view. Goes by too
I know,
quickly.
I know. I'm reducing speed right now. I think 1800 RPM seems to be good. I bet you have to memorize some of these values. Clear day, no strong winds, so that means at 1000 feet I can maintain 86, 85 knots at 1800 RPM. Yeah, we're a little bit too slow actually.
I want to remember every moment of this.
I should turn off my tablet.
I've never seen the area like this.
Oh, I evened out too much. Just get back. We're also way too slow. Okay, so this isn't too bad. Yeah, we're gonna head for downwind entry left. Let's go ahead and announce our
NorCal approach. Cessna November 9er 29er61 is type Cessna Skyhawk. For miles southeast of San Carlos, 1,000 feet. Request flight following. Squawk 0735, Cessna 9er61.
Cessna 9061, radar contact 4 miles southeast of San Carlos, 1,100 feet. Altimeter 29er92.
Roger, Cessna 9er61.
San Carlos Choom Tower. We'll stop landing.
San Carlos Tower,
I see
Cessna
you're on your
November
way back,
9er
guys.
29er61.
So, Chris, did you
is
enjoy
3
the
miles
ride?
southeast.
You ready to do it again?
1,100 feet,
So
with
cool.
golf to land.
That was amazing.
Cessna November
Thank you
9er
so much.
29er61, San Carlos Tower. Altimeter 29er92, fly left downwind runway 12.
Fly left to downwind runway 12. Acknowledge.
Fly left downwind runway 12, Cessna 9er61.
So is the downwind pattern set for everything? Like, is it the same for every plane? I mean, it can't be, right? Because, or is it like is it just like the general like pattern of flying, like landing? So if I was in a bigger plane, obviously I would stay a bit further away from the airport while I'm making turns and slowing down, making the final approach. But you would still have to go on the right-hand side of the runway and then turn left. Yeah, I should turn on landing lights here.
Cessna 9061, wind 155 at 8, cleared to land runway 12.
Acknowledge.
Clear to land runway 12. Cessna 9061.
Flaps. Idle. Yeah, I need more flaps. Yeah, I'm a bit too fast right now. What the fuck was that?
Smooth as silk.
Cessna 9061, exit runway when able.
What? What do you mean? I entered runway without announcing. I thought I did. I talked to you. I guess there's other things I have to say to them? Wait, did I land too far into the runway? I mean, it kind of worked. Okay, nice and easy. Let's not chew this person up. Okay, so we're gonna open up our thingy. Oh, they're like normal. What the fuck? Okay, parking lever is set. Throttle is to the aft. Turn off all electronic equipment, strobe lights, navigation lights, taxi lights, landing lights, beacon lights. Did I really fly without cabin power? Avionics off. Mixture aft. Key is at the off. Oh, sure. Oh boy, that's stressful. But really fun. Radio communication. Yeah, I was too fast. I want to be able to chart, like, close or minimize the communication window when I'm not communicating. I also think my mouse should be on my left.
You've built up enough flight hours to be eligible to take your CPL.
Which means I need to move my mouse pad entirely. Get everything on there. Oh. My microphone. My keyboard. Get up there. There we go. Okay. As long as it doesn't mess up my cameras, I think we're okay. I will have to move my mic back just a little bit. So you might hear a bit more echoing or sound distortion. Anyways, I don't have a good mic. I really should invest in a better mic, but don't have the money. So this is what we're gonna do. I'm using NVIDIA RTX, NVIDIA Broadcast to deal with the whatchamacallit? Deal with noise reduction and remove some of the echoing, which is why sometimes my voice sounds a little bit weird. It's because the NVIDIA RTX is kicking, NVIDIA voice is kicking in. It's not perfect, but it's actually pretty good for people like me who don't have a soundproofed room, who don't have a good mic. So and I use a condenser mic. So it picks up a lot of background and static noise, and RTX voice does remove a lot of it at the cost of GPU performance and some distortion. Okay, so I wanted to check the controls again. Keyboard, radio. No. Communication. Open communications panel is... Oh. Maybe I should have... Maybe this should be... actually. Get rid of that. Change this to that. Let's see how that works. So let's do one more mission. We're going to be doing a lot of missions. What's this? Oh, multiples. Let's go over to the mountains, see what's up. Okay, EFV, EFB, flight planner. Okay, runway 34, climb. Downwind, base, Napa County, and then final. Okay, I think I'm supposed to like fly around Napa County a bit. Everything should be good. We're gonna have to get in, and then okay. Contract Stephanie McClure, flight coordinator. Mission criteria: sightseeing quality, flight smoothness, landing smoothness. Fuel 47 pounds. Fly. Alright, I'm going to skip this part because I don't think it's necessary. I already got too much stuff to do with the pre-flight checks, so
What a perfect day to try something new.
oh, it automatically turns everything on. Well,
Today,
okay.
you're flying with one of our friends, David, over our very own region. He's got his girlfriend with him.
Making sure everything's where they should
Seatbelt
be.
fastened? Then you're all set. Let's do it.
Set the elevator trim to 18%. Yep. I think everything's good to go. Fuel mixture's at 100. Let's get rid of the yoke. How come this is always off? It's both. Okay, so I had it set to communication. Communication. If I do this. Okay, now that's what I want. Okay. Tune to 203 traffic. Switch to 222. Okay. Announcing taxi.
2 Oscar Tree traffic. Cessna November 1122 Tree is taxiing to runway tree 4, 2 Oscar Tree traffic.
Hey there, my name's Taylor. I'm David's girlfriend. Thanks for taking me up today.
Sure. Is ATC supposed to respond?
2 Oscar Tree traffic. Cessna November 1122 Tree is taxiing to runway tree 4, 2 Oscar Tree traffic.
Okay, I'm just gonna go. Ah, frick.
Two Oscar Tree traffic. Cessna November 1122 tree is taxiing to runway tree 4, 2 Oscar tree traffic.
Oh, the runway's right here. The frick?
2 Oscar tree traffic. Cessna November 1122 tree is clear of the
I thought
runway.
I'd be more
2
nervous,
Oscar
but
tree
so
traffic.
far so good. The guys at the field said you're a super pilot, so we're in your hands now.
Runway 34. I will be departing north.
Two Oscar tree traffic. Cessna November 1122 tree. Taking off runway tree 4. Departure to the north. 2 Oscar tree traffic.
Did I fuck up the... Yeah, that's kind of weird. Flaps. Climb to 2,300 feet. Okay. Flaps back up. I do need to hit those checkpoints. A little bit slow. So climb and then downwind.
I'm totally wow. I'm usually more articulate, but wow.
I'm totally wow. I'm usually more articulate, but wow. Wow. Okay, yeah, we should be cruising here. We're stable. We're cruising. Okay, we're cruising at 2200 RPM.
The world looks so detailed from up here.
To communicate with ATC.
Here, It's Napa County, right?
It's great seeing the world from this angle.
We will lose airspeed once we reach the proper altitude. Managing my aileron trims, I think. It's not ailerons. Ailerons are what
We're going so
like
fast
turns
that
the
it's hard to
plane.
admire the scenery.
Yeah, I'm losing speed now, don't worry.
Last but not least, thanks for showing us that.
I think I was right to put the the engine RPM at 2200. And I just needed to wait for the plane to slow down naturally. I needed to talk to St. Helena. Nope. Oh, I'm gonna stall. I think I had to be closer to...
Travis approach. Cessna November 1122 tree is type Cessna Skyhawk. 2 miles east of 10 Charlie November, 2,100 feet. Request flight following.
Cessna November 1122 tree. Travis approach. Squawk tree 172.
Squawk tree 172. Cessna 22 tree.
Cessna 22 tree. Radar contact 2 miles east of 10 Charlie November, 2,400 feet. Altimeter 2992.
Roger. Cessna 22 tree.
Back to reality, folks. Hey, did you enjoy it, David? Ready for your next flight?
Totally doing it again. Sign me up.
Okay,
That
I
was
need to
amazing.
contact the proper
Thank you so much.
airport.
Travis approach. Cessna 22 tree. Cancel flight following.
Cessna 22 tree. Travis approach. Cancellation received. Squawk 1200. Frequency change approved.
Where the fuck did we fly from? What was it? Engwin Perret. Okay. Let's contact Engwin Perret. Just gonna wait until we can get runway 34. Now's position.
2 Oscar tree traffic. Cessna November 1122 tree. 3 miles south, 2,900 feet. Inbound to land, runway tree 4, 2 Oscar tree traffic.
I think this is downwind. Leg.
2 Oscar tree traffic. Cessna November 1122 tree is on downwind, runway tree 4, 2 Oscar tree traffic. Two Oscar tree traffic. Cessna November 1122 tree is on final, runway tree 4, to land, 2 Oscar tree traffic.
Do they even hear me?
Oscar tree traffic. Cessna November 1122 tree is on final, runway tree 4, to land, 2 Oscar tree traffic.
Lightning lights. Okay. We are on final. We told them we are on final. I don't know what else I can say to them. Okay, let's land. I'm gonna keep my eye out on this communication menu. Yeah, I announced it. So what am I supposed to do here? Final. I'm too fast. Fuck.
Smooth.
Two Oscar tree traffic. Cessna November 1122 tree is taxiing to runway tree 4, 2 Oscar tree traffic.
I think I was supposed to land in the other direction, like runway 16, not 34, was it? Arrival. No, it was runway 34. I guess I don't have to announce taxi just now. I guess I hold short and then announce taxi to parking. I guess the most Giga Chad way to play a game like this is with a VR setup. But I legit would think I would need 2 PCs for that. One for streaming and one for running the actual game. Because like even with the best hardware, for VR, if you want to reduce motion sickness, you want at least 120 Hertz on each screen for your eyes. Otherwise, you can actually experience motion sickness if you're prone to that. The limited time I spent with VR, though, I don't think I get motion sickness. Still, because your screens are so close to your eyeballs, what the fuck is this? Announce taxi to parking.
2 Oscar tree traffic. Cessna November 1122 tree is taxiing to parking. 2 Oscar tree traffic.
Oh, please don't crash into it. Oh, God. Oh, God. I don't think they can be hit, like the idle planes and the people. I don't think they have hit detection on them.
No easy to impress the locals,
Ooh.
but I see they're smiling. That's cool. Well done.
Okay, checklist. Post-flight. Okay, lever is on. Throttle is at the aft. Turn off all electronic equipment. Turn off the avionics. Fuel mixture. And switch that to off. Yay! Yeah, I keep going in too fast at the landings, which is why when I extend my flaps, it's way too fast. Level 5. Commercial pilot license. Allows you to fly an airplane for financial compensation. Ooh. Trim management. Oh, cool. Now that you know how to climb, descend, and fly level, let's introduce you to a way to maintain a desired attitude without having to constantly interact with the yoke. The trim tool is a tool fit for that very purpose. You will also learn more about the relationship between power and pitch.
In this lesson, let's take a look at the relationship between attitudes and power settings. Attitude plus power equals performance. We're currently at 5,500 feet in a cruise attitude. The aircraft's nose is positioned under the horizon, and cruise power is at 2,300 RPM.
Is it?
Try to reduce power to 2,000 RPM while maintaining 5,500 feet. Great. You probably noticed, to maintain altitude, you need to pitch the nose up. You could just keep pulling on the yoke to hold steady, but that's not really a precise means of control. Probably better to adjust your trim wheel until you don't need to push, or pull on the yoke. Drag the trim down when you need to set the nose up. Drag it up to set the nose down. Try adding trim to keep us at 5,500 feet without increasing throttle. Nice. You're not high enough. Increase power to 2,300 RPM while maintaining 5,500 feet. Get us back to a cruise attitude. Excellent. Now, adjust the trim. Keep working on it, you'll get better. You did well, but you can do better. The way I was taught, when you adjust the trim, you make course changes at first to remove pressure on the yoke. Then small adjustments to find the perfect setting to keep your desired attitude. If you feel your pitch slipping and need to get back to the proper attitude, don't worry. Just pull on the yoke, then dial in the right trim.
Okay.
That's the key to straight and level flight.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I have it set to my my joystick on my joystick. The joystick on top of the joystick. I also have it set to trigger so that the normal joystick does flaps as well. Now that you know how to handle your plane, it is time to learn more about navigating the skies. Using visual references is key to VFR flights. Okay. We will be using Sedona Airport's runway as our first reference. Start training. It's fine. Just loading everything in.
To guide us, we will rely on the navlog. It references the different legs to complete to reach our final destination.
Okay.
Our first goal is to fly over the runway center at 6,500 feet with a heading of 42 degrees. By doing so, we will be perfectly set up to engage with the first leg of the navlog. After takeoff, we will continue crosswind, as if we were following the standard traffic pattern. However, we won't turn downwind. Instead, we will continue climbing to 6,500 feet before turning on course toward the runway center. Okay, you can take off whenever you are ready.
Okay, let's set the trim to take off, which is 18%. Flaps are at 10 degrees. Okay, throttle. It said 500. Bearing 42. I think it means we have to turn around, huh?
Nice command during takeoff. Your target altitude is 6,500 feet. That's 500 feet above the traffic pattern, as we don't want to interfere with incoming aircraft.
The 5,000 is traffic pattern. Okay. I'd actually like to turn on engine monitoring. Never mind. Yeah, we're at 5,500 feet. We gotta go 5,700. We need more speed too. Okay, we're at 5,700. Turn left to remain on the traffic pattern. Don't need to keep climbing. Reach altitude of 6,500. Okay, we need to keep climbing.
Maintain 75 knots.
We are slow. Okay, so we need to like pass over the airport at I believe 0.42
Maintain
bearing.
75 knots.
So we need more speed.
You took a bit too long to reach the target altitude. You want to climb faster to reach a safe altitude.
Okay.
To ensure accurate navigation, you want an accurate starting point. And what's more accurate than the runway you just departed from? Go ahead and position your plane above the airport. Maintain 6,500 feet.
I'm a bit too high. 42-degree bearing.
Maintain 6,500 feet.
Degree.
Nice. That's it for navigation departure. Well done.
Okay, so I'm a little bit confused about what the lesson was. I think it was you use your airport that you depart from as like a visual cue to where to go. That's why you go towards the center of the airport right after you take off. I'm assuming that's what it means. Okay, Dead Reckoning. Isn't this like... Isn't that the title of the last Mission Impossible that's coming out? This training session is all about the basics of Dead Reckoning, a popular navigation method relying on estimating the position of an aircraft based on its previous position, direction, and speed. Okay.
As we make our way toward the runway center, let's talk more about navigation. When you need to set and maintain a heading, you'll want to rely on your heading indicator. Compasses are prone to errors, especially during turns or while accelerating or decelerating. Okay, we're in position over the runway center. Next step is to validate the time. That's a fancy way of saying start your stopwatch. On the navlog, you can see our next waypoint, Munns Park, is at a 42-degree heading, about 5 minutes away.
42-degree heading?
That means we need to be on a 42-degree heading. Check your heading indicator and make your turn.
42.
Good.
65.
Maintain a 42-degree heading. As you approach Munns Park, the terrain level rises. To maintain a safe altitude, we'd better climb to 8,000 feet. Make sure you keep the same heading.
Okay.
Maintain full power during your climb.
I'm relying almost entirely on my instruments right now. I feel like the plane's like being pushed towards the left because I'm losing my heading a little bit. I don't want to go above 10 attitude degrees. I am at 65 knots. Looks like my plane can take it. I don't think it will go below 60 knots at 10 degrees of attitude. So I'll just keep it at 10 degrees.
Sometimes you deviate. But if you track the time flown from your last known position, you'll always have at least a range for your current position.
I was messing around with the trim settings. We are now at 8,000.
Okay, now get back to cruise attitude. Let the speed increase, then set cruise power at 2,300 RPM.
Okay, I am way off target. So 8,000 at... $41, $42.
Let's proceed over it and check if the stopwatch matches the navlog estimation. We all know speed can increase or decrease depending on the wind. That's why at your next waypoint you'll want to compare your estimated time and route with the actual time flown. Validate your estimate and your progress.
I'm already off, so I should have been there at 417. I am off by like 30 seconds, 40 seconds. Oh god.
Navigation to Munns Park is in the books.
Oh, that wasn't too bad. I spent way too much time trying to mess with the trim settings that I wasn't paying attention to my heading. I think that was the problem. I got off course pretty early on using landmarks, landmark navigation. Airports, rivers, okay.
While we fly over it, let's talk about landmark navigation.
Okay.
One of the easier methods of navigation involves following identifiable landmarks, like highways. And it just so happens we have one below us. Do you see the highway on your left?
I do.
That highway leads all the way to Flagstaff. Let's follow it, and we should reach Flagstaff Airport in 6 to 7 minutes. Correct your heading to the right. To make sure we don't miss it, reset your stopwatch here and start it again.
I think I need a better heading. So let's set this down to 2300 RPM like last time. What's my heading supposed to be? Flagstaff.
Flagstaff Airport's altitude is around 7,000 feet.
What the fuck is this?
Unlike in Sedona, the traffic pattern altitude there is standard. This means its altitude is 1,000 feet above the airport, which works out to 8,000 feet. We need to fly over the airport before entering the traffic pattern.
Bearing 345.
Since we don't want to interfere with other aircraft already in the traffic pattern, let's fly at least 500 feet above pattern altitude.
Okay.
So, let's climb to 8,500 feet on the way.
Climb to 8,500 feet.
Keep it at full power while you're climbing.
I think you want to climb pretty quickly. I think I take way too much time trying to climb. So let's go ahead at 8,500.
Perfect. Maintain 8,500 feet until we reach the airport.
Yeah.
Set RPM at 2,300.
A little bit low. So 343 was it? Heading 343, 345 at 8,500, 2,300 RPM. 347, 346, 344. Let me level up a little bit, so I don't need to climb anymore. Set my trims. Okay, getting off course again. So that's 3, 4, 5. Pull off. Okay. Yeah, the plane has a little bit of roll towards the left. And I'm assuming that's because of the wind. Or maybe the propeller, like the rotational, the counter force from the propellers, which I've heard was a thing. Looks like that's the airport. Oh. And it kind of looks like it. Okay, so the aileron trims do work, but there's no, like, numerical representation. Yeah, I think this is the most stable I've been so far. All my trims are, like, set. I wish there was a aileron trim indicator somewhere on my screen.
Flagstaff Airport on the right side of the highway.
I see.
Excellent landmark navigation.
Okay. Arrival. The final part of any navigation flight is arriving at your destination. In this final lesson before your first solo navigation flight, we will learn how to approach and integrate the traffic pattern of an uncontrolled airport. Is it 5,000 or was it 5,500 was the normal traffic pattern? Or was it 8,000? Or is it different for every airport?
Flagstaff Airport is right in front of us, and we're currently at 8,500 feet. That's 500 feet above the standard traffic pattern. It's a good altitude to avoid interfering with aircraft already in the pattern.
So
Proceed
8,000.
above the terrain, making sure you maintain our current altitude.
Why is it pitching down? Airports below us, 8,500.
Ready? Reduce speed to 80 knots and start a turn to the left toward a 120-degree heading.
.120-degree heading. I'm gonna try and keep my altitude stable. I keep getting confused between the like neutral altitude line and the horizon level. I keep thinking the horizon level is the like neutral
As
attitude,
we pass over the
but
runway
it's
again,
not.
start ascending to 8,000 feet, still maintaining 80 knots.
Okay, maintaining 80
You'll
knots.
enter the pattern in the middle of the downwind leg for runway 21.
Downwind leg of 21. Man, I go so fast. I'm almost at idle throttle.
We've got clearance to enter the downwind leg and land on runway 21. Keep your attitude, then follow the standard pattern.
Keep my attitude. So I'm guessing like 1 notch of negative attitude.
Extend 10 degrees of flaps.
Extending flaps.
Complete the traffic pattern until landing, as you learned previously.
80 knots, so I'm way too slow. Man, maintaining your speed is really hard. Yeah, I see.
You flew too low that time.
Ah,
Let's
shit.
start again.
God damn it. Okay, maintain 8,000 feet.
Ready? Reduce speed to 80 knots and start a turn to the left toward a 120-degree heading.
Okay, bleed speed here. Don't lose too much altitude.
As we pass over the runway again, start ascending to 8,000 feet, still maintaining 80 knots. You'll enter the pattern in the middle of the downwind leg for runway 21.
Throttle is at almost idle. Reaching 8,000 feet. Okay.
We've got clearance to enter the downwind leg and land on runway 21. Keep your attitude, then follow the standard pattern.
Keeping my attitude. Right at like 74 knots. Losing.
Extend 10 degrees of flaps.
Extending flaps.
Complete the traffic pattern until landing, as you learned previously.
Wow, you really have to fly with your eyes glued to the monitor. The plane monitor. Because I have to make sure everything's right. Let's speed up a little bit. Maintaining my altitude at like 8,000 or around 8,000. Speed looks okay. Let's nudge it up just a little bit. It's very sensitive, the throttle. Final turn. Let's lose some speed. Maintain attitude. Turn left for final. Land. Okay. Yeah, I kind of spent too much time turning around. It's fine. Let's try going idle now. Speed is around 76. We don't need that much runway to stop. Okay, speed is going down. I guess you don't use more than 10 degrees of flaps when you're landing. Okay. Okay, that was smooth. I think that was the smoothest landing I've done so far.
Great integration.
Ooh. Okay. Damn. I will actually have to go do something for a little bit. Just for a quick while. I'll be right back in like 10 minutes. Okay, I am back. Oh, hello, Kilo. How are you? Ho- Hope you've been doing well. I have been playing Microsoft Flight Simulator, learning how to fly. It's actually not going as terribly as I thought it would. I think I've only crashed once. Or twice. But the real challenge is learning all this stuff. So, first solo navigation. Okay. Time to show us what you can do on your own. You'll be departing from every navigational step on your way back to Sedona. You are free to choose your VFR navigation method of choice to get to your destination. Okay. Let me try to use the stopwatch thingy. So in order to do that, I need to pull up my... whatchamacallit? I need to pull up my flight book. Okay.
Are you ready for this? You're going solo on a full VFR flight. From takeoff to touchdown, it's all you.
All
You'll be
me.
departing Flagstaff Pulliam Airport, handling every navigational step on your way to Sedona. It's the return trip from your previous lessons. You will be flying over the same landmarks. You remember them? The highway, Munns Park Golf Club. Choose whatever you're confident with. Dead reckoning, landmark navigation, or both. This is what you've trained for. Just remember everything you've learned, and most of all, enjoy the ride.
Can I turn off widgets? Because now I want that thing gone because it's taking up a lot of my my screen real estate. Let's see, flight interface. Is it in advanced options? No. What if I turn this off? Okay, it's completely off. I don't think I have to talk to ATC. I don't even get the communication option. Okay, cool. Oh. Oh no, my camera. It says my device is too hot. Uh-oh. Oh. There we go. Reset it to... Okay, I think we're good. Yeah, I don't even get the navigation, no, the communication toolbox. Okay, so our flight plan is Flagstaff Pulliam to Munns Park Golf Course at 165. And then to Sedona 223 at 9 miles. Okay. So let's see if I remember this. I need to center on my runway. So I climb to 5... what do I climb to? Let's say I climb to like 8,000 because that's what the normal traffic was, right? So let's climb to 1,000. 8,000. Okay, first of all, let's check. Maybe I do want the HUD on, because even though it's immersive, it takes way too long for me to check the basic, whatchamacallit. Yeah, I just want the numbers, not the compass on the top left. So which one will be... I mean, it's not too bad. I'll have to Google it. Okay. Yeah, because I want to see my flaps and trim without having to visually confirm it. Okay, I'm going to set my trim to takeoff. Flaps is at 10. Flaps is good. I think we are good to go. We're gonna take off, and then we're going to go center overhead, I guess. Overhead of the airport that we just took off on. Okay, we're going to climb down. Yeah, climb 8,500 feet. Yep, that's what I thought. Okay. Bringing up flaps to gain speed. Let's look at our nav. $165. So yeah, I want to reach 165. Let's start turning. We are losing a lot of speed here. We have about 200 feet more to go. Gain some speed. We are at 165, 166. We have reached. Set RPM to 2300. We should maintain our heading to 165 now. Now let's start the clock. We should be there in 5 minutes. I already start. There we go. Yeah. I want to turn a little bit. We should be able to see the golf park in about 5 minutes. Okay, I went a little bit overhead. Okay. Let's reduce our altitude a little bit. 169. Yeah, I'm just like jiggling around a little bit. Go way too high. 163. 165. Setting the trim right is confusing. Look, the golf park would probably be in front of us. Altitude looks good. Our heading looks okay. Speed's okay. We went over the altitude a little bit, so let's head down. That clicking noise is me messing around with the trims. Okay, the trim looks okay now. We're going a little bit over the altitude limit. Three. Why don't we just set autopilot? Hold altitude. Yeah, much easier. Just use autopilot. It's funny. Okay, let's maintain our heading then. Can we also set this to Okay, so I think I engaged both the altitude and heading autopilots. So we should be fine. I want to do that because I want to make sure we're on the right track. It's 100. So we are traveling from Flagstaff Airport to Munns Park Golf Course. We've been traveling 4 minutes 57 seconds at heading 165. So we should be there in less than a minute. I guess the heading select mode doesn't actually... We are cruising. Reset. And start. 223. Alrighty, we are cruising along at 8,400 altitude, 2,300 engine RPM, changing our bearings to 223. May have to correct our heading a little bit. I do see that the navigation lines are present both on my onboard computer and my HUD. I think this lesson was meant to teach you how to navigate without these widgets on. Let's move on over to 223. Okay. Four, 223. We should reach it in about 2 minutes. Everything else looks okay. Engine's fine. We are starting to veer off to the right. Set speed to 80 knots. Let's turn off our autopilot. Speed down. Okay, 6,500 feet at 80 knots. I wonder if they're like... Are you supposed to use like air brakes or something? Maybe I'm supposed to go down really quickly. Descending to 6,500. Flying over the center. We have now reached 80 knots. Let's not lose too much speed. Enter traffic pattern. Turn left, descend to 6,000 feet. Turn left towards 120-degree heading. $6,000. Okay, trying to reach 1,200. Oh, 120. Enter downwind 21. I think that's on the right side. No. Downwind is this way. .30-degree heading. I think I lost too much altitude. I think I was supposed to stay at 6,000. Yeah, I'm a bit too low. I definitely did not hit downwind leg. I am at 6,000. Maintaining just around 80 knot, a little bit below 80 knots. Okay. Maybe it was to the right. Am I just terrible at following directions? Where is downwind leg? I want to see if it's like this little marker. I don't think it is. Yeah, let me turn that back on. Basically, I have to reset my camera because it's the same keybind. I should change that keybind. I did lose altitude. Let's climb back up to 6,000 and try this again. Am I over the airport? Okay. End of base leg 21. I'm assuming 21 is the runway number. Maintain altitude. Reduce speed. Time for landing. Line up. Bring down the flaps. That was a bit too high. For sure.
500.
I'm way too fast. I should be around 60, 70. I should be 60 knots by now. And crash. Fuck. Fuck me. Okay, let me reset my keybinds here. So instead of Alt V, I'll do like Alt R? Nothing's using Alt R, right?
Are you ready for this? You're going solo on a full VFR flight.
Yeah.
From takeoff to touchdown, it's all you. You'll be departing Flagstaff Pulliam Airport, handling every navigational step on your way to Sedona. It's the return trip from your previous lessons. You will be flying over the same landmarks. You remember them? The highway, Munns Park Golf Club. Choose whatever you're confident with. Dead reckoning, landmark navigation, or both. This is what you've trained for. Just remember everything you've learned, and most of all, enjoy the ride.
I'll do Alt V. Is it gonna show me? Okay. I just have to take off first. So let's go ahead and take off. Flaps up. We should be heading 165. Let's start turning. Okay, let's start leveling off. I think we should be cruising at about 8,500. We are holding altitude. Reducing engine to 2,300. $165. I think I missed. I think I missed the checkpoint. Slightly off center. I need to go 165. Reduce altitude. Why is it bouncing around? So I turn on. I think I had to turn navigation mode on. I don't know why it's not maintaining heading. Okay, we're cruising. I have to learn how to use the onboard computer. I'm really confused about the settings. Like the heading, the altitude hold sometimes doesn't function, I guess, or it doesn't turn on properly. So right now it should have maintained altitude, right? But it's not. I lost altitude, so I need to climb back up. Turn these off. Set altitude, which doesn't turn on. I'm sure there's an actual way, a procedure to set your altitude so that it maintains it automatically. I just don't know it yet. I'm gonna look that up after I'm done with this lesson. Because that will give me more time to mess around with other things while I'm flying. To reach Sedona, we need to go 223 for 4 minutes and 37 seconds. think I'm a little bit too... Yeah, looks good. I'll just maintain 223. Which is kind of hard. Okay, maintaining 223. And here we go. Very pretty game, though. Look at that. Oh. Okay, descend to 6,500 feet. I think that's the runway. Alright, we are losing speed and also altitude. Sort of. We need to lose altitude a bit faster. Okay. We're now at 6,500. To lose a bit more speed. Need to descend to 6,120 degrees left. Downwind. And let's turn left 30 degrees. Maintain 6,000 feet at 80 knots. Okay, speeding up a little bit because I lost a lot of speed. Right now it's 6,000. Now we slow down. We should maintain 6,000 now. So landing is 6,065 knots. Maintain 65 knots. We're way too fast. Let's put down our flaps. We are still way too fast. I don't know. 6,000 is a bit too high, isn't it? Increase flaps. I feel like it's a bit high. Like at the final approach,
You did well,
if it's
but you can do better.
6,000 at 65 knots,
Some people say the sky's the limit. I say, it's just the beginning.
it's a little bit, it feels a little bit too high for me. Because if I try to descend proper, like if I try to descend towards the runway, I gain so much speed. Takeoff is 25. Navigation, yep. Okay, I want to Google this. What plane was this? This was the PPL. Cessna 172 Skyhawk. So is there a manual for the Microsoft Flight Simulator? Manual. Aircraft manuals. Download PDF manuals. This is the... Where's the Cessna? Hmm? I see Cessna Citation Longitude Model 700 and Cessna Citation CJ4, but I don't think those are the flight. Pilot Handbook, Model 172. Yeah, I'm assuming they don't have, Microsoft doesn't have a proprietary manual for the Cessna 172 Skyhawk. Oh, why is, yeah, 172 Skyhawk. But I think it should be similar to some of these other models. Yes, it should be similar to, what's this? Cessna Model 172S, Nav 3. Is it? A way to check out all the different planes. We're going to free flight. We were using the Cessna 172S. I don't even see Cessna 172. $152. Is it the 152? I'm so confused. Does the career mode have a different different available aircraft models? You know what, let's just take the exam and see what plane this is. It says not 172 Skyhawk. What? Going employees. What the fuck? I think I found the one of the more official whatchamacallit. Here, let me show you what I'm looking at. Window capture. Oh, I realized I don't have music. Music. Oh, nice. Where did my window capture go? What? Hey, are we back? I hope so. My OBS just froze. Like, I could see my audio moving, but I couldn't see my preview. Let me just quickly check the stream. Ugh. So much stuff. Yeah, everything looks fine. Everything looks fine. Yep. Okay, so I wanted to show you what I was looking at when my OBS froze. we go. Okay, so this is what I'm looking at. This is the Cessna Model 172S, but user manual. Performance specifications: speed maximum at sea level 126 knots, cruise 75 power at 8,500 feet, 124. Cruise recommended lean mixture with fuel allowance for engine start, 75% power at 8,500. Okay, rate of climb at sea level 730 feet per minute. Service ceiling of 14,000 feet. Ground roll of 575 feet. Stall speed 53. Flaps down, power off at 48. Maximum load 895 pounds. 56 gallons of fuel, 8 quarts of oil. This handbook contains 9 sections and includes the materials required to be furnished to the pilot by FAR, Federal Airline Regulations, probably, Part 23. Okay, descriptive data. We don't need all these oil information. Okay, terminology, symbols, abbreviations, and terminology. KCAS, knots calibrated airspeed, is indicated airspeed corrected for position and instrument error and expressed in knots. Knots calibrated airspeed is equal to KTAS, which is knots true airspeed, in standard atmosphere at sea level. Knots indicated airspeed, KIAS, is the speed shown on the airspeed indicator. Knots true airspeed is the airspeed expressed in knots relative to undisturbed air, which is knots calibrated airspeed corrected for altitude and temperature. Wait, so knots true airspeed is knots calibrated airspeed corrected for altitude and temperature, and knots calibrated airspeed is corrected for position and instrument error. So it goes from knots indicated airspeed to calibrated to true. Okay. Maneuvering speed is the maximum speed at which full or abrupt control movements may be used without overstressing the airframe. Maximum flap extended speed is the highest speed permissible with wing flaps in the prescribed extended position. I've actually violated this many times when I'm trying to land. So that's denoted by VFE. Okay. Maximum structural cruising speed is the speed that should not be exceeded except in smooth air, then only with caution. Never exceed speed, so it's never even approach it. Okay. Stalling is VS. So speed is all velocity, V. Best angle of climb speed, VX. Vy. Best rate of climb is the speed which results in the greatest gain in altitude in a given time. X is distance, Y is time. Okay. Outside air temperature is OAT. Standard temperature is 15 degrees at sea level. Pressure altitude is the altitude read from the altimeter when the altimeter's barometric scale has been set to 29.92 inches of mercury. Okay, brake horsepower, revolution per minute. Manifold absolute pressure is the absolute pressure measured in the engine induction system. Lean mixture. Decreased proportion of fuel in the fuel-air mixture in the supplied to the engine. That is actually the fuel mixture lever that we find next to the throttle. Adjusting the fuel-air mixture to provide a smaller portion of fuel is known as leaning. So I guess lean mixture means when you're cruising? Rich. Increase the proportion of fuel in the fuel-air mixture supplied to the engine. As air density increases, so when you're lower to the ground, when you're flying in a lower altitude area, the amount of fuel required by the engine increases for a given throttle setting. Adjusting the fuel-air mixture to provide a greater portion of fuel is known as richening the mixture. Mixture control full forward, full rich, idle cutoff. Okay. Full throttle, closed throttle. Demonstrated crosswind velocity. Velocity of the crosswind component for which adequate control of the airplane during takeoff and landing was actually demonstrated during certification tests. Usable fuel, unusable fuel, gallons per hour, nautical miles per gallon, G's for gravity. Course datum is the compass reference used by the autopilot, along with course deviation, to provide lateral control when tracking a navigation signal. Some of this is coming back to me from DCS World. So, in DCS, when I was flying the A10, I always had to set the navigation waypoints first, turn on nav mode, and then turn on autopilot. So, okay. This just somehow reminded me of that. Weight and balance. Reference datum is the imaginary vertical plane from which all vertical distances are measured for balance purposes. Station is location along the airplane fuselage, given in terms of the distance from the reference datum. Arm is the horizontal distance from the reference datum. Okay, moment is the product of weight of an item multiplied by its arm. Center of gravity, yep, center of gravity arm is obtained by adding the airplane's individual moments divided by the sum of the total weight. Center of gravity limits are the extreme center of gravity locations within which the airplane must be operated at any given weight. Standard empty weight is the weight of standard, okay. Maximum ramp weight is the maximum weight approved for ground maneuver, includes weight of fuel used for taxi, maximum takeoff weight, maximum landing weight. Tear is the weight of shocks, okay. Okay. Conversion. Conversion. What the fuck? Limitations. Okay. Section 2 includes operating limitations, instrument markings, and basic placards necessary for the safe operation of the airplane. Okay. Never exceed speed. Okay, let's see if I remember this. Knots calibrated airspeed is 160 knots. Knots instrument airspeed is 163. So it's using calibrated airspeed, okay. Maneuvering speed. Do not make full or above control movements above this speed. Maximum structural cruising speed. Do not exceed this except in smooth air. This is important. Maximum flap. Extended speed, 10 degrees flap, so level 1. 107 knots calibrated airspeed. 10 to 30 degrees, 85. Airspeed indicator markings and their color code significance. White arc, full flap operating range. Lower limit is maximum weight. In landing configuration, upper limit is maximum speed permissible with flaps extended. So at 10 degrees, 107. Green arc, 48 to 129, normal operating range. Lower limit is the maximum weight VS1 at most forward center of gravity with flaps retracted. Upper limit is maximum structural cruising speed at 129. Yellow arc, operation must be conducted with caution and only smooth air. Red line, never go there. Power plant limitations. Maximum engine is 2700. Oil temperature is at 118. Pressure is 20. Maximum 115 psi. Okay. Tachometer. 0 to 12 gallons per hour. Vacuum gauge between 4.5 and 5.5. You don't need to worry about weight limits or the center of gravity limits just yet because I'm not hauling around heavy cargo or a lot of people. So yeah, okay. 105 knots is the maneuver limit. Emergency procedure. Uh-oh. Engine failure after takeoff. Wings flaps up. 70 instrument. Instrument airspeed, okay. Engine failure during takeoff roll. Throttle idle. Brakes apply. Flaps retract. Mixture idle cutoff. Ignition switch off. Master switch off. Engine failure. Immediate after takeoff. Airspeed 70. Integrated airspeed. Instrument airspeed. Flaps up at 70. Down at 65. Off. Fuel shutoff valve off. Full out. Ignition switch off. Wing flaps as required. Restart procedure. Airspeed 65. Instrument airspeed. Fuel shutoff valve on. Push full in. Fuel selector valve both. Auxiliary fuel pump switch on. Mixture rich. Ignition switch both. If the propeller is windmilling, the engine will restart automatically within a few seconds. If the propeller is stopped, turn the ignition switch to start and advance the throttle slowly from idle and lean the mixture from full rich as required for smooth operation. Auxiliary fuel pump switch off. If the fuel flow indicator immediately drops to 0, return the auxiliary pump switch to the on position. Brakes. Apply heavily when you're making an emergency landing without engine power. Okay. What is ditching? Oh, you're ditching stuff from your cargo. Throttle full open, idle, cut off, cranking, continue. Yeah, I don't have to worry about fires. If engine failure occurs during takeoff, the most important thing to do is stop the plane. Prompt lowering of the nose to maintain airspeed and establish a glide attitude is the first response to an engine failure after takeoff. An engine failure in flight. The most important course of action is to continue flying the airplane. Okay. Forced landing is an imminent prepare. Okay. Engine without power. Transmit Mayday message on 121.5 MHz, giving location and intentions in Squawk 7700. Oh, icing is a thing in Microsoft Flight Simulator. It's actually turned on by default, I believe. So you can stall your plane from icing. Flight into icing conditions is prohibited and extremely dangerous. An inadvertent encounter with these conditions can best be handled using the checklist procedures. The best procedure, of course, is to turn back or change at altitude to escape icing conditions. During these encounters, an unexplained loss in engine speed could be caused by ice blocking the air intake filter, or in extremely rare cases, ice completely blocking the fuel injection air reference tubes. In either case, the throttle should be positioned to obtain maximum RPM. In some instances, the throttle may need to be retarded for maximum power. The mixture should then be adjusted as required to obtain maximum RPM. If a total loss of oil pressure is accompanied by rise in oil temperature, there is good reason to suspect an engine failure is imminent. Reduce engine power immediately and select a suitable forced landing field. Use only the minimum power required to reach this. Okay. Malfunctions in the electrical power supply system can be detected by periodic monitoring of the ammeter and the low voltage annunciator, volts. However, the cause of these malfunctions is usually difficult to determine. A broken alternator drive belt, blah blah blah, a defective, blah blah blah. After engine starting and heavy electrical usage at low engine speeds, the battery condition will be low enough to accept above. Okay, so you run out of juice. If over voltage sensor should okay, the low voltage annunciator volts may come on and ammeter discharge indications may occur during low RPM conditions. Reactivate the alternator system. Normal procedures, okay. Unless otherwise noted, the following speeds are based on a maximum weight of 2,550 pounds and may be used for any lesser weight. Takeoff, normal climb out, 75 to 85. Instrument airspeed. Short fuel takeoff. Flaps, 10. Speed at 50. It's 56 integrated airspeed. I think this is what we've been doing so far. Short fuel takeoff. Flaps at 10 degrees. Speed at 50 feet. En route climb, flaps up. Normal sea level, 75, 70 to 80. Landing approach, flaps up, 65, flaps 30, 60 to 70. Bulked landing. Pilot tube, operating handle. Okay. Hiking brake set, control wheel lock remove, ignition switch off, avionics master switch off. When turning on the master switch, using an external power source or pulling the propeller through by hand, treat the propeller as if the ignition switch were on. Do not stand, nor allow anyone else to stand within the arc of the propeller, since a loose or broken wire or a component malfunction could cause the propeller to rotate. Master switch on, fuel indicators check quality, ensure low fuel annunciators are extinguished. Avionics master switch on, cooling fan, master switch off, static pressure alternate source valve off. Okay. When master switch is turned on, some annunciators will flash for approximately 10 seconds before illuminating steadily. Jesus, okay. Throttle, quarter-inch open, mixture idle cutoff, propeller care, master switch on, flashing beacon on. If the engine is warm, cut out 6 and 7. Fuel pump on, mixture set to full rich. Otherwise, fuel pump switch is off, ignition switch, mixture advance smoothly to rich. If engine floods, turn off auxiliary fuel pump, place mixture to idle cutoff, open throttle to half to full, and motor the engine. Set mixture to full rich and close throttle promptly. I don't think I will need to learn how to do starting engine with external power. What's different? Throttle is a quarter-inch, mixture is idle cutoff. Master switch is off. External power on. Switch on. Normal takeoff, wing flaps 0 to 10 degrees, throttle open, mixture rich. Elevator control, lift nose wheel at 55, instrument airspeed, climb speed at 70 to 80, wing flaps retract. Okay. Elevator control, slightly tail low. Cruise is between 2100 to 2700 RPM. Elevator trim adjust and mixture lean. Descend, powers desired, adjust for smooth operation. Altimeter set, nav GPS switch set. Fuel selector valve, both wing flaps as desired. Okay, turn off a parking brake, turn off electrical, avionics, mixture, ignition, master switch, control lock. Okay. Fuel selector at the very end. Okay. When taxing, use down aileron on left hand wing and down elevator. Use down aileron on right hand wing. Okay. Magneto check. Magneto check should be made at 1800 RPM as follows. Move ignition switch first to R position and note the RPM. Next, move switch back to both to clear the other set of plugs. Then move switch to the L position, note RPM, and return the switch to both. RPM drop should not exceed 150 RPM on either magneto or show greater than 50 RPM differential. Normal takeoffs are accomplished with wing flaps of 0 to 10 degrees. Using 10-degree wing flaps, reduce the ground roll and the total distance over an obstacle by approximately 10%. Flap deflections greater than 10 degrees are not approved for takeoff. Until all obstacles are cleared and safe flap retraction speed of 60, instrumented airspeed. Okay, 60 instrument airspeed is when I retract the flaps. Normal en route climbs are performed with flaps up and full throttle and at speeds 5 to 10 knots higher than the best rate of climb speeds for the best combination of performance, visibility, and engine cooling. Mixture should be full rich, below 3,000 feet, and may be leaned above 3,000 feet for smoother operation or to obtain maximum RPM. Cruise. Normal cruise is performed between 45 and 75 power. Leaning with EGT indicator. At or below 75% power in cruise flight, exhaust gas temperature indicator is used to lean the fuel mixture for best performance or economy. The cruise performance chart in section 5 are based on the EGT to adjust the mixture to recommended lean per figure 444. Recommended lean 50 degrees rich of peak EGT. Best economy peak EGT. Use the control vernier adjustment to slowly lean from full rich or maximum RPM mixture while monitoring the EGT indicator. As the EGT indication begins to increase, continue to slowly lean the mixture until EGT indication decrease is just detectable. So peak EGT provides the best fuel economy. Operation in peak EGT results in approximately 4% greater range. The engine starts at the throttle to 1200 and lean the mixture for maximum RPM. Where is the EGT? Okay. Fuel vapor procedures. Landing. Normal landing. Normal landing approaches can be made with power on or off, with any flap setting desired. Steep slips should be avoided with flap settings greater than 20 degrees due to slight tendency for the elevator to oscillate under certain combinations of airspeed. Actual touchdown should be made with power off and on the main wheels first to reduce the landing speed and subsequent need for braking in the landing roll. Nose wheel is lowered to the runway gently. Short field landing. Make an approach at 61 integrated airspeed at 30-degree flaps using enough power to control the glide path. Slightly higher approach speed should be used under turbulent air conditions. I don't need a performance chart, so I will actually skip this one. Don't need to learn about baggage. Airplane and systems. Ah, there we go. Panel layouts. Okay. Airframe. The construction of the fuselage. Externally braced wings. Okay. The entire structure is covered with aluminum skin. Ailerons are constructed of a forward spar containing balanced weights, formed sheet metal ribs, and a V-shaped. Okay. The empennage, tail assembly, consists of conventional vertical stabilizer, rudder, horizontal stabilizer, and elevator. Flight controls. Conventional aileron, rudder, and elevator control surfaces. Control surfaces are manually operated cables. Okay. Trim system. A manually operated elevator trim system is provided. Elevator trimming is accomplished through the elevator trim tab by utilizing the vertically mounted trim control wheel in the cockpit. Forward rotation, okay. Aft rotation will trim the nose up. Instrument panel is an all-metal construction. Pilot side panel layout. Flight instruments are contained in a single panel located in front of the pilot. These instruments are designed around the basic T configuration. The gyros are located immediately in front of the pilot and arranged vertically over the control column. The airspeed indicator, okay. I'm actually going to have this, whatchamacallit. Is it going to freak out? What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna turn on. I'm gonna get into the game and look at the control panels now, manually, as I read along the manual. Okay. Okay. Let's bring back the manual. Let me reduce the size a little bit here. To the right of the flight instruments is a sub-panel which contains the engine tachometer and various navigational heading equipments. To the left of the flight instruments is a sub-panel which contains a left-right fuel quantity indicator, an oil temperature, vacuum gauge, altimeter, EG flow. Okay. Oh shit, this is a different layout. Okay. Don't need to learn about belts. So what kind of a system is this? Anyways, let's turn this thing on. So I should know how to do this. First, we're going to check. We're going to bring up the checklist just to be safe. What are we doing? I wish this wouldn't break like this, but hey. Aircraft, pre-flight inspection, yep. Yep. Handle is pulled. Everything is off. Let's turn on the alternator and the battery and check the PFD. The annunciators are on, low vacuum. Mm-hmm. Okay, yep, verify annunciator. Low volts, yep. Turn it back off. Go to fuel selector valve. Do both. Check that the static pressure alternator source valve clear of obstacle. Yep. Verify the brakes are working correctly. Okay, both switches must be off. Your shut off valve is open. Okay. Throttle lever is about a quarter. Mixture is full aft. Turn on the alternators. Turn on the fuel pump. Beacon should be on. Full rich. Wait a couple of seconds for the fuel to get into the engine, I guess. Idle cutoff. And then we turn off the fuel pump.
Welcome to your CPL check ride. The last stop on your way to become a true professional pilot. For this check ride, you will complete a cross-country flight through Los Angeles County.
Oil
Taking
pressure
off
is
from Van Nuys
fine.
Airport
Oil
and
temperature
then
is
landing at
okay.
Bob Hope Airport. You can start when you are ready.
Gently push to full rich fuel mixture. No annunciators. Why does it say XPDR fail? Avionics are both on now. Okay, let's check the magnetos. Oh, I should try to reach 1800 on the RPM. Everything looks good. Check magnetos. Check RPM drop 15, drop 150 RPM on either magnetos. Okay, so it said, oh, let me. Okay, so let's do it left. Go away, fly. So if I don't see any RPM drops, I'm good, right? Okay. We are taking off at Van Nuys, landing at Bob Hope. I want to mess around with these navigation settings now. Let me bring back my own manual. Pressure signals. Yeah, I want to know more about The navigation panels. Like the computer panels. Okay, cabin heating. I don't think. The pitot static supplies ram air pressure to the airspeed indicator and static pressure to the airspeed indicator vertical speed. System is composed of a heated pitot tube mounted on the lower surface. The heated pitot system consists of a heating element in the pitot tube, a 5-band switch breaker labeled pitot heat. When the pitot heat switch is turned on, the element in the tube is heated electrically to maintain proper operation in possible icing conditions. Oh, so that's what that is. The pitot heat is... yeah, pitot heat. We don't need that. We don't have to worry about icing conditions. Speed indicator, altimeter, vacuum system. Standard avionics for the model 172S include KX155A, Navcom radio, transponder. Okay. Avionics support equipment. Okay, cooling fan, microphone headset. Emergency locator translator, okay. Handling, service, and maintenance. Yeah, I don't need this. I don't need this. This is like real world stuff. Oh. Yeah, I don't need to read about lubricants. Okay, the KX155 VHF, the Vendex KX155 VHF Navcom receiver transmitter. Okay, 760 channel VHF communications receiver and transceiver with a 200 channel VHF navigation receiver. Communications receiver transmitter receives and transmits signals between 118 and 136.975 with 25 kHz spacing. Optional 8.com is available. Between 108 and 117.50 kHz steps, the glide scope receiver is automatically tuned when the localizer frequency is selected. The circuit required. Automatic squelch. The nav portion uses the pull-out feature of the nav volume control to receive the nav signal identification. Pull the volume control knob out to hear the indent signal plus voice. Okay, I don't need to read all of this. Oh. My phone overheats because it's acting as a webcam. That's interesting. I'm still looking for things on like the nav equipment. Oh, nav equipment. GPS waypoint. Annunciator light. When turn anticipation, okay. GPS approach switch. Pressing the GPS approach. The approach R mode will be automatically selected when the airplane is within 30 nautical miles of an airport. Toggle from Nav 1 to GPS and vice versa to control type of navigation data to be displayed on the CDI course deviation indicator. Manual CDI course centering in OBS mode using the control knob can be difficult. Centering the okay. Hmm. Okay, DKLN. So this is like a this is like a real manual that Boeing handed out. So it's gonna be and it's also outdated. So this is talking about a different computer system or navigation equipment, but okay. Autopilot coupled operation. Select GPS on the nav GPS switch. Manual selection of the desired track on the pilot's DG heading bug is required to provide course datum to the autopilot. Select a heading mode for DME arc intercepts. Nav or APR coupled DME arc intercepts can result in excessive overshoots. Approach mode sequencing and RAIM prediction. Active flight plan waypoints. Okay. Arc intercept waypoint. In your present position radial. Automatic direction finder. Okay, so maybe this isn't the manual that we want. I did learn a lot about basic flight stuff, but let me look for... The FAA Instrument Flying Handbook. Jesus. Let me save this one. This might be important. Let's see, MSFS 2022 PFD manual. It's the primary flight display. Yeah, I need to understand the avionics system. So let me look at the Microsoft Flight Simulators proprietary manual. Automated flight control system status box. Current status, okay. Auto throttle mode, active lateral mode, vertical mode, armed, okay. Current armed lateral guidance mode. When becoming active, this will disappear from this field. I don't think the plane that we are on right now has an ACFS. It just has buttons. And everything shows up on the PFD. Okay, oh, I should show this. Window capture? Yeah. So, multifunction display overview. The MFD contains the engine instrument systems display on the left side of the MFD screen. The EIS display is always visible, cannot be hidden. The MFD is capable of dual or single plane operation. Okay. This is not the right one. No, it's not the right one. So yeah, they don't have the exact model in the manual. I just have to find something that uses a similar system. PFD, okay. Roll, yaw, pitch. Yeah, this is similar to the one that I'm using right now. Vertical speed indicator, attitude display. Overspeed Q, airspeed indicator, speed trend. Barometric altitude, vertical speed selector. Selected heading bug, magnetic heading, track pointer, wind vector. Ooh, wind vector. Do I see wind vector? I don't think I see wind vector. EFD options, wind. Option 1. No wind data, okay. So I can turn on wind. ADFDME, XPDR. Okay. LNAV FMS accuracy. Display measures to correspond to the accuracy of the system. EFD 12 ticks. You know what? I think for now, I'm just going to... I'm going to settle for what I learned so far. And then because like, the plane doesn't have a documentation. The specific model that I'm flying right now for the test isn't in this manuals list from Microsoft Flight Simulator. So I'm just gonna assume that it's that way because this is a beginner like plane. Oh shit. I gotta figure out a way to how to deal with my phone from overheating. Battery. Maybe I do power saving? Limit the CPU speed. Yeah, I can try to do power saving so that my phone doesn't use so much CPU. Gotta wait for my phone to cool down a little bit. And maybe I should get like a really cheap ass webcam because I don't need a expensive webcam for pretty much anything. Oh, there we go. My phone's back. Yep. Yeah. Or I can just like, maybe this will help. Limiting the phone's CPU usage. Okay. So, the brakes are on. Let's go ahead and put this back over here. Van Nuys. Do I
Van Nuys Airport Information Oscar 0600 Zulu. Wind 258 at 6. Visibility 9er. Sky condition 9,100 feet scattered. Ceiling 13,000 feet broken. Temperature 15. Dew point 1 tree. Altimeter 299er 2. Visual runway 16 left and ILS Yankee runway 16 right in use. Landing and departing runway 16 left and runway 16 right.
VFR aircraft say direction of flight. All aircraft read back. Hold short instructions. Advise controller on initial contact you have Oscar.
Oh.
Van Nuys airport information.
Van Nuys ground. Cessna November 84648. Ready to taxi. Close traffic with Oscar.
Cessna November 84648. Taxi 2 and hold short of runway 16 right using taxiway Alpha 1 Charlie. Contact tower on 120.2 when ready.
Acknowledge taxi
Taxi
clearance.
2 and hold short runway 16 right via taxiway Alpha 1 Charlie. Cessna 648.
Okay, my phone is turning on and off because it's so hot. A little bit too fast, aren't we? We're good. My phone's back. Active radio. Power. Request takeoff clearance VFR from Van Nuys Tower.
Van Nuys airport information Oscar 0600 Zulu. Wind.
Van Nuys Tower. Cessna November 84648. Ready at runway 16 right. Close traffic.
Cessna November 84648. Altimeter 2992. Left closed traffic approved. Cleared for takeoff runway 16 right.
16 right. Okay, acknowledge.
Cleared for takeoff runway 16 right. Cessna 648.
Okay, Cessna 648 moving to runway 16R. Runway 16R. Flaps up. Set elevator trims. I guess I don't need elevator trims. I'll do it. Okay, good to go. Brakes off, throttle on. Flaps retracted. Maintaining speed between 70 and 80. I'm gonna climb until 1500 feet. Not sure what's beeping here. I think that was my nav system. Crosswind and... You're right, 1900, okay. I think set engine RPM to 2300. I am slightly above the altitude here. Okay. Reaching long entry. Long final entry. Land on runway. We are too fast. Why are we landing?
Van Nuys Tower, Cessna November 8464, 1700 feet. To land.
Cessna November 84648, Van Nuys Tower. Altimeter 2992. Fly left downwind runway 16 right.
Fly left downwind runway 16R.
Enter left traffic runway 16 right, Cessna 648.
What the heck?
Don't sink, don't sink. Don't sink. Don't sink. Don't sink. Don't sink. Don't sink.
Oh, terrain. Okay. It's weird how that's turning on. So I gotta land. Turn on my landing lights. Get my flaps going. Alright, reducing speed. Did I do something wrong?
500.
We're a little bit too fast. A little bit too fast. Increasing flaps. Need to slow down.
Cessna 648, contact ground on 121.7.
Going to 121.7, Cessna 648.
I think I missed my exit. Oh, come on. Did I really need to turn around? I'm a little bit... I didn't read the briefing properly. I'm a little bit confused about what this exam was about. I thought this was about navigation, but we landed immediately. The heck was our flight plan? Oh, taxi speeding. I want to change my music, but let me park first. Okay, shutdown procedure. Throttle at full aft. Retract flaps. Oh. Turn off beacon lights. Cabin power. Post light. Parking brake is on, turning off all. Idle cutoff. Master switch, avionics turn off.
You performed great today. Keep the same attitude, and I'm sure that you will have great piloting career.
Oh. That was it? Okay, allows you to fly an airplane for financial compensation. Okay.
Congratulations. Now you're able to earn money for completing missions.
Nice. Money. Oh god. Tail wheel endorsement. High performance. Allows you to fly an airplane with an engine capable of producing over 200 horsepower. Bro, these planes have less than 200 horsepower? That's crazy. Aren't motorcycles? Don't some motorcycles have like over 200 horsepower? So you're telling me there are people driving around on a motorcycle that can technically have higher RPM, like higher power output than an airplane? Multi-engine. Instrument rating. Oh, I need this. Let's learn about instruments. I need to learn about instruments. This is painful. Oh boy.
Up until now, you've been able to look outside to judge the aircraft's attitude and location. What happens when you lose that outside view? That takes us into the world of instrument flight. When you can't use the horizon for reference due to clouds, darkness, or other hindrances to visibility, you'll need to rely on your airplane's instruments. When flying on instruments alone, you'll need to rely on your attitude indicator to see your pitch and roll information. Modern cockpits like this combine several instruments into one electronic display, called a primary flight display, or PFD.
I get a
Stay on heading
fucking...
270, set full power, and climb up to 4,500 feet. Set full power for the climb.
Yo, can I get my engine? Oh, for fuck's sake. .270, 4,000 feet. Ooh, losing a lot of speed. 270. Climbing at 4,000. Okay, I have 70. I don't want to lose more engine speed. Or sorry. I don't want to lose just speed. Engine speed probably means something different. Okay, I lost a lot of...
Climbing up into the cloud layer. Notice how you're starting to lose your outside view.
Yeah,
Instead of looking out the canopy, focus your attention on the cockpit instruments. You can maintain wings level using the attitude indicator. Continue climbing to 4,500 feet.
I think I wanted to do 270, right? We're going up to 4,500.
Using the vertical sped indicator and the altimeter, level off at 4,500 feet, while continuing to maintain a heading of 270. Now fly straight and level at 4,500 feet, getting used to not having an outside horizon for reference.
Kind of losing altitude.
Okay, now keep us on this heading and take us down to 4,000 feet. Reduce power so that we can descend without gaining speed.
Okay. Let's do a slow descent. Reaching 400. 4,000.
Great.
Okay.
Increase power
4,000.
again for cruise and keep us at 4,000 feet.
So that engine to like 2,300 RPM.
Wow, great job. That's how things look and feel making altitude changes on instruments alone. You'll find it gets easier with experience. Next we'll introduce turns.
Damn. Introduce multiple key elements of the G1000's PFD. Okay. So it's the G1000 that I need a manual for. I'm guessing that's not the plain model, it's just the PFD model.
Throughout this lesson, maintain your current altitude of 4,000 feet.
Throughout the
Our
lesson.
heading is the direction our nose is pointing, measured in degrees. The main electronic display in front of you is the primary flight display, or PFD. At the bottom center of the PFD, we see the horizontal situation indicator, or the HSI. The HSI shows us the direction our nose is pointing, called our heading. Headings are measured in degrees, with east being 090, south 180, west 270, and north 360. Currently we're heading west. That's 270 degrees. When turning, we want to aim for a bank angle of around 20 degrees. Along the top of the attitude indicator are white lines. Each line represents 10 degrees.
Okay.
Normally we use about 20 degrees of bank, which is the second white line. Let's try it out. Make a turn to the left onto heading 180, using 20 degrees of bank. Keep turning until heading south, at which point, smoothly roll back to wings level.
Okay, 20 degrees. I'm losing altitude a little bit.
That's it. Stop turning there and you'll be heading due south. Heading 180. Great. Now try and maintain this heading for a short while.
Maintain 180.
Now make a turn to the right onto a heading of 350.
350. I want to exceed 20 degrees. 350.
Now smoothly roll wings level onto a heading of 350. Now
Okay,
maintain
350.
heading 350 for a bit.
There is some wind.
Wow, great job. So that's how we make turns using just the instruments. Next we'll look at how to handle speed changes.
Okay. Managing aircraft speed while flying IFR requires a pilot's full attention. This tutorial will teach you how to maintain a constant pitch attitude as your speed and lift changes, doing so by relying solely on instruments.
Let's look at how we deal with speed changes when flying on instruments. When slowing down, the wings produce less lift. To counter this, you'll need to progressively raise the nose in order to maintain altitude. Give it a try. Reduce power and bring the speed back to 70 knots. Try to maintain 4,000 feet altitude. Remember to adjust the elevator trim so that you don't have to keep putting any pressure on the controls.
Letting elevator trims. Oop.
Notice how the nose needs to be a little higher than before to make up for the loss of airspeed. Use the elevator trim to adjust pitch to the new sped and maintain 70 knots for a bit. Try to maintain 4,000 feet altitude. You need to be able to control altitude while adjusting speed. Keep us steady on heading 350. You wandered off the heading. Great, now increase power to get your speed back up to 100 knots. As we speed up, notice how you need to trim nose down to avoid climbing.
We need to head 350.
That's it, now stabilize at 100 knots. Good, now we'll take flap settings into account.
Okay.
Flaps give a
Flaps.
boost in lift, which you'll need to control in order to maintain our altitude. They also add drag, making us slow down more quickly, so be careful not to get too slow. Reduce power and slow us down to 60 knots. Try to maintain 4,000 feet altitude.
Yeah, no shit.
Keep us precisely at 100 knots.
You just said
You need
reduce
be
it
able
to
control
60.
altitude while adjusting speed. You need to maintain 100 knots.
You just said reduce it to 60. Make up your mind.
Good, now extend the flaps to 10 degrees. Now set flaps at 20 degrees. With the extra drag, start adding power so you don't drop below your target airspeed of 60 knots. Now stabilize at 60 knots and trim for level flight. Keep us steady on heading 350. You wandered off the heading.
So much shit to manage. Holy.
Wow, Great job. Next we'll look at navigating on instruments alone.
Jesus Christ. Navigational aids remain an alternative to modern GPS navigation, allowing pilots to locate and orient themselves thanks to radio frequencies communicated from ground stations directly to aircraft cockpit instruments. Knowing how to navigate using the most popular of these navigational aids, VOR, remains an essential skill to master while flying IFR.
There is a worldwide network of radio beacons that pilots use to find their way when flying IFR. The most common beacon is the VOR. I've tuned the Sunberg VOR into your NAV radio, which we're going to fly toward. To get there, we'll use the course deviation indicator, CDI. That's the green arrow and bar on the HSI. I've set the CDI for a course of 170. That means we want to arrive at the VOR on a heading of 170. The CDI shows us if we are on our selected course. If the bar is to the left of center, we need to fly to the left to recapture our course. The bar is currently over to the right, so keep flying on this heading and wait for the CDI bar to start moving towards the middle.
CDI? Maybe I should turn off nav. Maybe I shouldn't turn off HSI. Hold on. I think we were on 230. Oh, it's moving. It's the green Dorito. I think 179.
Great, now keep the CDI bar centered and it'll take us to the VOR.
VR is not centered. You fucking liar, that was not 170. Did he say 170? Maybe it was 130. Nope, not even close. Where the fuck is the CDI bar going?
Turn towards the CDI bar to keep it centered.
Oh, I think
on altitude holding. You needed to keep the green CDI bar in the middle. Try to maintain 4,000 feet altitude.
Bro, where is the CDI bar going?
We're getting close to the VOR now. The CDI indications might become erratic or disappear when reaching a VOR, but this is normal. Keep flying straight ahead on heading 170 for a couple miles.
170 for a couple of miles. Let's gain some altitude a little bit. Okay. Maintaining 4,000. Jesus, that was confusing. So I think the CDI bar was the Dorito that appeared right above the HSI. Not sure why it was moving the way it was. It felt like I was overshooting. So when I turned left, it would just like switch to the right. Okay. Most modern navigation methods revolve around the use of Global Navigation Satellite System, GPS.
The VOR system is a classic for navigating via instruments, but modern technology has opened the door for new navigation tools. Our flight plan is made of multiple GPS waypoints. We can use those to guide us when we can't count on visibility. For this lesson, we're going to follow a similar trajectory as in the VOR tutorial, flying over Sumburg Airport while maintaining an altitude of 4,000 feet. The system looks very similar to the VOR on the avionics. We'll use the CDI. That's the pink arrow and bar on the HSI. Looking at our flight plan, we can see that we're supposed to arrive at the waypoint on a heading of 170. The CDI shows us if we are on our selected course. We've deviated on purpose so that you can see how to catch up to your intended trajectory. Just like with VOR, the gap between the bar and the CDI arrow shows us the direction that we need to head towards to catch up to our course. The bar is currently over to the right, so keep flying on this heading and wait for the CDI bar to start moving towards the middle. Here it comes. Now make a left turn onto heading 170.
Oh, it's a fucking waypoint on the PFD itself.
Great. Now keep the CDI bar centered and it'll take us to the waypoint.
Yeah, you can see the actual bars on the screen itself. Engine RPM is good, everything looks good. I think I overcorrect my trims a bit too early, because I feel like once they, in my mind, whenever they reach their intended values, I just immediately tone them down, thinking they'll be heavy. Like I wanted to make some heavy corrections, but it kind of levels out on its own, especially the elevator trims. I guess it's based on the aircraft speed, the weather, and the angle, I guess.
We're getting close to the waypoint now. The CDI indications might become erratic or disappear when reaching a GPS waypoint, but this is normal.
Okay.
Keep flying straight ahead on heading 170 for a couple of miles.
Seven zero. Yeah, this isn't too bad.
When you have to catch up with your flight plan, you can see that it is very similar to the VOR navigation system, but it also allows for more complex and custom routes.
Okay, good. ILS approach. Instrument landing system. ISL transmit two different sets of data to the airplane's instruments, a localizer and a glide scope. Localizer provides lateral guidance, while the glide scope provides vertical guidance.
The most common landing aid is the Instrument Landing System, or ILS for short. An ILS uses two directional radio signals, one for lateral guidance called a localizer and the other for vertical guidance called the glide slope. The localizer provides lateral guidance, which directs you onto the runway centerline. The glide slope provides the intended descent angle onto the runway. The localizer is displayed with the CDI, much like in a VOR lesson. Keep flying on a heading of 210 at 1,500 feet and we'll watch for the localizer to come alive. The localizer is moving now. Make a gentle turn to the right, intercepting the localizer and keeping the CDI in the middle. Now keep the localizer bar centered and maintain 1,500 feet. The glide slope is displayed next to the altimeter on your PFD. If the green glide slope diamond is above center, you are below the glide path. We always start out below the glide slope, as we want to intercept the localizer first. We'll wait for the glide slope to start moving. The localizer is starting to get away. Turn toward it to stay on course. We got too far off the localizer.
God damn.
Here comes the glide slope. Maintain 1,500 feet until it almost reaches the center. The localizer is starting to get away. Turn toward it to stay on course. We got too far off the localizer. Here it comes. Now reduce power a little and start to descend, using the VSI to aim for 500 feet per minute. Keep both the localizer and glide slope indications centered all the way down to the ground. Reduce speed and set flaps as needed as you make your way down the ILS. The localizer is starting to get away. Turn toward it to stay on course.
Why is the localizer
We
fucking...
got too far off the localizer. The glide slope is starting to drift away from center. You didn't follow the glide slope accurately enough.
What the fuck? Yeah, I'm a little bit confused about how this glide scope thing
The localizer is
works.
starting to get away. Turn toward it to stay on course. We got too far off the localizer. We're approaching the runway. This approach has an offset, meaning that the localizer and runway aren't lined up together exactly. Focus on following the ILS for now. We'll transition to a visual landing once we're closer to touchdown. Make only small corrections and remember that each will be more critical as we approach touchdown.
It's talking about the green arrow, right?
Get us down onto the runway and then come to a smooth stop.
Okay, I was very confused about this one. Because it looked like I was supposed to follow the localizer. Yeah, let me try that again.
So now you've got the basics of flying on instruments. Now we need to get back on the ground. The most common landing aid is the Instrument Landing System, or ILS for short. An ILS uses two directional radio signals, one for lateral guidance called a localizer and the other for vertical guidance called the glide slope. The localizer provides lateral guidance, which directs you onto the runway centerline. The glide slope provides the intended descent angle onto the runway. The localizer is displayed with the CDI, much like in the VOR lesson. Keep flying on a heading of 210 at 1,500 feet and we'll watch for the localizer to come alive. The localizer is moving now. Make a gentle turn to the right, intercepting the localizer and keeping the CDI in the middle.
Bro, look at how that localizer moves. Holy.
Good. Now keep the localizer bar centered and maintain 1,500 feet. The glide slope is displayed next to the altimeter on your PFD. If the green glide slope diamond is above center, you are below the glide path. We always start out below the glide slope, as we want to intercept the localizer first. We'll wait for the glide slope to start moving. You were banking far too much.
Oh shit, the localizer moves like a... The localizer's moving so quickly.
The localizer is starting to get away. Turn toward it to stay on course. We got too far off the localizer.
I'm on the thing. Okay, now it's stable. Jesus, I think I missed like a waypoint early on. That's why I was freaking out. Am I too high? Is that why? I guess the localizer is a bit sensitive. Not sure. It keeps wobbling left and right, and I can't really keep it in the center.
Here it comes. Now reduce power a little and start to descend, using the VSI to aim for 500 feet per minute.
Things are starting to look stable.
Keep both the localizer and glide slope indication centered all the way down to the ground. Reduce speed and set flaps as needed as you make your way down the ILS.
They both look kind of good. Okay, the GDI is centered, right? I'm just a little bit off centered with the ILS, the localizer. Yeah, I think I was making overcorrections with the localizer. Also a little bit too low.
This approach has an offset, meaning that the localizer and runway aren't lined up together exactly. Focus on following the ILS for now. We'll transition to a visual landing once we're closer to touchdown.
I mean, I can see it,
Make
but...
only small corrections and remember that each will be more critical as we approach touchdown.
Yeah, I can see the runway. This is slightly off to the right. The localizer is slightly off to the right. The little dot. The green dot. Compared to the actual runway.
Now is a good time to transition from flying on instruments to using visual cues to complete the landing. Get us down onto the runway and then come to a smooth stop.
I need to slow down a bit more before I can turn on flaps. Flaps. Still a little bit too fast. Okay, that was a lot better. Yeah, I was making overcorrections to my lateral movement, so I was offshooting the ILS waypoints. Well, I guess the ILS, it's not a waypoint, right? It's just like, it's literally just the entrance for the runway. So if I was overcorrecting, it's because like it was further away, and so like I was having larger like deviations. I don't know what I'm talking about. It looked like the ILS localizer only had one waypoint, and that was the entrance of the runway. So I guess IFR means instrument flight, VFR means visual flight. Let's try to cruise at 5,000
feet following a GPS route toward Sunberg. I'll ask you to perform some handling tasks to test your IFR flying skills. Follow the GPS, as shown in magenta on your CDI, maintaining 5,000 feet and 110 knots. Okay, still maintaining the GPS course, take us down to 3,500 feet, keeping 110 knots airspeed.
Way too fast. I'm keeping my GPS centered as much as I can. Just maintain
Keep us
3,500
at
feet.
3,500 feet. You didn't hold your altitude accurately enough.
Son of a bitch. Just turn left to heading 060.
Watch your speed. We want 110 knots. Keep us at 3,500 feet.
Maybe I should invert the setting. Hold on. So right now, how I have my controls is for surface flight, flight control surfaces, control trimming, elevator. Yeah, so what I'm gonna do is increase flaps is trigger plus up. Wait, what the fuck? Trigger plus down. And then elevator nose up is just up. Nose down is just down. Let's try this. Because I use elevator trims a lot more than my flaps.
Alright, let's throw some other things your way. Please bring the speed back to 70 knots.
Yeah, this is much easier. If I can just use the my thumbstick.
Alright, now keep us at 3,500 feet, 70 knots, and turn us to the right onto heading 225. Keep us at 3,500 feet. You didn't hold your altitude accurately enough.
Damn it.
Okay, now get us back to 110 knots.
Okay, I kind of messed that up. Gee whiz. I think I need a better feel for setting the elevator trims while I'm flying. Well, Steeds get degrees, so next training. I need to make money. Okay. Ferry flights and flight scene. Oh. Oh, where are we going? Europe. Europa.
You're ready to take the next step. I have a mission lined up for you. Prove you can handle this, and more opportunities will come your way.
Wait, how do I go to Europe? Returning a 172 Skyhawk to home base. From EDRM to EDRD. 9:53 a.m. to 10:06. Skyhawk. Waypoint. Wait, TDRP, so it's a very short flight. Okay. Let's try it. My phone overheated again. Maybe I should get a cheap webcam. Then I'll also be able to use it for my VTube studio. Because my iPad, the reason people have it on the iOS is that the later, more recent versions of the iPhone and the iPad has better face tracking with its IR trackers. But I'm pretty sure my iPad that I'm using right now is just literally just a webcam. No IR tracking. I am quite surprised that my phone overheats so easily when using the camera. Anyways, let's check. Throttle is should be at 0. Mixture should be at cut. Pick up the aircraft checklist. Get rid of this. PFD turns on. PFDs are on. Cool. Auxiliary fuel pump. Mixture. Okay. Turn that off. And we should have quarter throttle.
Hello, it's Julia Reichert. Thanks for accepting the job. I'm your contact here. Today's lucky bird heading to Numijendron is this charming little 172 Skyhawk. The owner's aircraft was in for maintenance, and now that it's fixed, he wants it flown back. He is already waiting for it. His name's Mr. Michael Klimek. Now give this beautiful bird the VIP treatment it deserves.
Turn off the fuel pump.
Take care.
Do we need the pitot heat on? Is it that cold? Or is it because it's raining? Okay, let's see. So I know there's a way to like GPS mode. Load up your flight plans. I wish the game kind of told you about it too. Flight rules, VFR. Depart from EDRM Mont Royal to Neumagen drone. Runway 18 and landing at runway 27. So, okay. Take off at runway 18 Mont Royal. Landing at Neumagen Mont drone at runway 27. Good. Everything looks good. Not that I would know how to do all of that. Let's turn on taxi lights. Engine seems fine. No wind data. Fuck. Yeah, just keep it on GPS. Okay. I wish I could figure out how to turn this off. Now it's taxi.
Echo Delta Romeo Mike traffic. Cessna Delta Juliet India Mike Alpha is taxiing to runway 18. Echo Delta Romeo Mike traffic.
My phone. It's overheating. It's funny, out of all the systems that's going on, it's my phone that's giving me problems now. The game runs okay. The frame rate's not great, but it's a simulation game. Oh. Okay. Let's head on over to the taxi. Where's the runway, by the way? Runway 18. Aren't they supposed to take off at runway 16? This. Take off. What is the difference between remain in pattern and depart straight out?
Echo Delta Romeo Mike traffic. Cessna Delta Juliet India Mike Alpha. Taking off runway 18. Right close traffic. Echo Delta Romeo Mike traffic.
What the heck is this? It's just a field. Okay. Oh. Okay, set trims. Set flaps. Set flaps. Trim to take off, so it's about 18%. Okay. We fly. Did I take off the wrong way? No way. Flaps down. I'm just gonna follow my GPS heading. Oh shit, I get... What?
Echo Delta Romeo Mike traffic. Cessna Delta Juliet India Mike Alpha. 1 mile southwest. 1,600 feet. Inbound touch and go. Right traffic. Runway 18. Echo Delta Romeo Mike traffic.
Don't sink. Don't sink. Don't sink. Don't sink. Don't sink.
I'm mighty confused. I have the... Okay, I'm approaching straight. One 179. Yeah, I mean... Why do I get that and waypoints plus my... whatchamacallit? My GPS marker. Okay, it's a little windy. I'm gonna have to read up on what, like, flight planning. Because I have no idea what to follow. Oh, my phone came back on. Okay. It says follow this EDKKTD. Am I in range of...
Echo Delta Romeo Mike traffic. Cessna Delta Juliet India Mike Alpha. 4 miles southwest. 2,100 feet. Inbound touch and go. Right traffic. Runway 18. Echo Delta Romeo Mike traffic.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I should just follow my, like, GPS marker here instead of the on-screen, like, HUD. Also, I should try to maintain 2,000 feet, was it? My RPM is good. Okay, I need to contact them. We got him in drone. Seven. We'll stop landing. Can I switch to ILS mode? Final 27. So I'm on the right. I'm on the correct side of the airport. I don't know why my person just didn't communicate
Echo
properly.
Delta Romeo Delta traffic. Cessna Delta Juliet India Mike Alpha. 4 miles northeast. 1,900 feet. Inbound to land. Runway 27. Echo Delta Romeo Delta traffic. Echo Delta Romeo Delta traffic. Cessna Delta Juliet India Mike Alpha is on downwind. Runway 27. Echo Delta Romeo Delta traffic.
Okay, it's downwind leg.
Echo Delta Romeo Delta traffic. Cessna Delta Juliet India Mike Alpha is on downwind, runway 27. Echo Delta Romeo Delta traffic.
Okay, now it pops up. I don't want to bank too hard on this. Yeah, I'm way too fast. My phone keeps overheating, it's kind of hilarious.
Echo
No.
Delta Romeo Delta traffic. Cessna Delta Juliet India Mike Alpha. 2 miles east, 1,800 feet. Inbound to land, runway 27. Echo Delta Romeo Delta traffic. Echo Delta Romeo Delta traffic. Cessna Delta Juliet India Mike Alpha is on final, runway 27, to land. Echo Delta Romeo Delta traffic.
Can't make this.
Echo Delta Romeo Delta traffic. Cessna Delta Juliet India Mike Alpha. 1 miles west. Overflying the airport from west to east at 1,100 feet. Echo Delta Romeo Delta traffic.
I don't actually like the way the waypoints are set up. I feel like it's a bit too, like, you're supposed to be very slow when you're turning in, I guess. I just have a hard time slowing down that much when I have to make turns like that without stalling. I'm gonna try this again. I think there's supposed to be like a communication thing that I need to do.
Echo Delta Romeo Delta traffic. Cessna Delta Juliet India Mike Alpha is on final. Runway 27. To land. Echo Delta Romeo Delta traffic.
A decent amount of wind. Flaps. Bit too fast again. Yep, that's a crash. Fuck. Can I retry the mission? Fuck.
You finally made it, Captain. I know this kind of flights can be rough, but I'm sure you did your best. Welcome to Numijendron.
That was embarrassing. It's off. Brakes are on. Let's turn off the avionics. D. D is not a passing grade. Mm-mm. Holy shit. I made $900. I lost reputation. Holy. Wait, can I learn more stuff? I'm not good enough. I need to learn more. Specialization. Oh, I need money for this, right? Yeah. Certification, instrument rating. I still have to do instrument rating. No. Missions. Okay, last time we looked up at some of the flight characteristic, like the information about the plane. But this time I look up information about SFS 2024 G1000 manual. Okay, learning the Garmin G1000 aircraft and systems. Oh, it's literally a Garmin manual. Okay, system description. The section is designed to provide an overview of the G1000 integrated flight deck as installed in Cessna Nav 3 aircraft, which include the Cessna 172, 172S, 182, da-da-dan. The GFC 700 automated flight control system provides a flight director and autopilot functions of the G1000 system. Let me show this to you guys. So let's get some music on. The GDU. LCD display. Okay. Systems that do not use the GFC 700 automatic flight control system uses the GDU 1040. Okay. The PFD and the MFD. So let me open up whatchamacallit. Can I just get a plane? Yeah, let me just get into a plane. It's okay, accept mission. I'm not going to customize anything about the flight plan because I don't know how. Battery, the alternator. Get rid of the handlebars. Turn on the beacon, fuel pump, mixture. And that should be fine. Okay, handlebars are on. Okay, brakes are on. Everything looks okay. No major errors. Annunciators are set. Throttle should be at 45%. 25%. Turn on the engine. Fuck. Fuel, 0. Gotta burn out the fuel. There we go. Oh. Throttle. Okay, 640 RPM. That was a that was a struggle. Okay. Now let me look at the manual. Okay. So the one on the left is the PFD, one on the right is the MFD. Okay, 1. Nav volume ID control. 1 on the top left. Controls the nav audio level. Press to toggle the Morse code identifying on and off. Nav frequency transfer key. Transfers and the standby and active nav frequencies. That's number 2. Dual nav knob tunes the frequency, large knob and small knob. Standby frequencies for the nav receiver. Press to toggle the turning cursor to nav 1 and nav 2 fields. Okay. Joystick changes the map range, activates the map pointer when... okay. CRS barrow knob. The large knob sets the altimeter barometric pressure and the small knob adjusts the course. The course is only adjustable when HSI is in VOR1 or VOR2 or OBS SUSP mode. Pressing this knob centers the CDI on the currently selected VOR. Select a course provides course reference to the flight director when operating in navigation and approach modes. Number 6 is here. CRS barrel. It says there are 2 knobs. Course setting. Barometric pressure setting. Okay. Seven. Dual comm knob tunes the megahertz and kilohertz standby frequencies for the comm receiver. Pressing this knob toggles the turning cursor between COM 1 and COM 2 fields. 7. Okay. COM frequency transfer key. Transfers and standbys to activate COM frequencies. COM volume, okay. Direct to key allows the user to enter a destination waypoint and establish a direct course to the selected destination specified by the identifier chosen from the active route or taken from the map pointer position. 10. Okay. FPL key displays the flight plan page for creating and editing the active flight plan or for accessing stored flight plans. 11. FPL. I need to press that and see what happens. What? Origin EDRW, runway 7, en route to... What is this? Waypoint information. Destination EDRW 330 at 2 nautical miles. Okay, so that's the flight plan. Cool. I know what that is. Okay. CLR erases information. Okay. Dual FMS knob. Press to turn the selection cursor on or off. Data entry. With the cursor on, turn to enter data into the highlighted field. Large knob moves cursor location. Small knob selects character for highlighted cursor location. Large knob is for scrolling, small knob is for basically entering. Menu key displays a context-sensitive list of options. Proc key selects approaches, departures, and arrivals from the flight plan. The data is inserted above the cursor, indicated by the data insertion pointer. If a flight plan is used, available procedures for the departure, arrival, airport are automatically suggested. If a flight plan is not used, the desired airport and the desired procedure may be selected. This key selects IFR departure procedures, DPs, arrival procedures, stars, and approaches, IAPs, from the database and loads them into the active flight plan. Proc key. Okay, why don't we select proc. Yeah. Enter. What the heck? Okay, it was a little bit bugged. That's fine. Departure. Don't really see anything. Fuck. FPL, nope, doesn't really do much, okay. This selects IFI departure procedures. Okay, entry key. Dual alt knob. The large alt knob, while the small altitude select used by automatic. The altitude select is used by the automatic flight control system in certain modes, in addition to the standard G1000 altitude alerter function. AP key. AP. AP. Okay. Engages and disengages the automatic flight, autopilot and flight director. Pressing the AP key activates the flight director and engages the autopilot in the default pitch axis and roll axis modes. Pressing the AP key disengages the autopilot and deactivates the flight director. Heading is for heading select mode, navigation mode, approach mode, vertical speed mode. I just need to know what those modes do. FD is flight director. Pressing the FD key turns on the flight director in the default pitch axis and roll axis modes. Pressing the FD key again deactivates the flight director and removes the command bars, unless the autopilot is engaged. If the autopilot is engaged, the FD key is disabled. I don't need the audio key. The G1000 is integrated with the electrical system, okay. On the PFD, the AHRS begins to initialize and displays AHRS align keep wings level. The AHRS display should display valid altitude and heading fields typically within the first minute of startup. The AHRS can align itself both while taxiing in a straight line and during level flight. When the MFD powers up, system version, okay. The current database includes database. Pressing enter key acknowledges this information. Navigation page depends upon when the system has acquired a certain number of satellites to determine a position. The aircraft's current position is shown on the navigation map page. Normal display operation. In normal operating mode, PFD represents graphical flight instrumentation, replacing the traditional flight instrument cluster. MFD usually displays a full-color moving map. While the left portion of the MFD is dedicated to the engine indication system. In the event of display failure, okay. The altitude and heading reference system performs attitude heading and vertical acceleration calculations. Loss of GPS, air data, communicate, okay. System annunciations, integrated, okay, airframe avionics. Soft keys, change the color, yep. Okay, displays inset map in PFD lower left corner. Can I get rid of the flight plan? Okay. Let me, okay, yeah, I'll just have it on inset. Why is this not turned on? Hello? Oh, avionics are off. Get rid of it. Yeah, I don't need the engine on my shit. There we go. Okay. Map detail amount, cycles through traffic, storm scope, next rad. Synthetic vision. Okay, I'm looking at the soft keys. There's PFD, like some of the options are not here. Oh shit. Okay. So what's OBS? Synthetic vision is not available, I think. Select OBS mode on the CDI when navigating by GPS. Engine selects the hottest cylinder and shows peak for that. Ah, shit. EGT 520. I think that's supposed to help me set the mixture. Press to reset fuel to... okay, assist. Highlights the first cylinder that peaks and displays information for that cylinder. This displays traffic information on the navigation map. GPS receiver. MFD has different modes. Oh shit. System setup. Waypoints. Map. GPS CDI allowed, MFD data bar. Okay. Yeah, I'll just have it on the navigation map. Okay. Really need to know about the GPS. MFD page groups, yep. DP start APR, okay. Okay, alert systems. Okay, page navigation. The GPS CDI box on the system setup page allows the pilot to define the range for the on-screen course deviation indicator. The range values represent full range deflection for the CDI to either side. The default setting is auto. At this setting, leaving the departure airport, the CDI range is set to 1 nautical miles and gradually ramps up to 2 nautical miles beyond 30 nautical miles from the departure airport. CDI range is within 30 miles, gradually ramps down to 1. Press a large FMS knob to select the highlight the selected fields. The 8 kHz VHF communication frequency channel spacing is not approved for use in the United States. Select the nearest airport surface matching criteria. Pressing the display database selection soft key. Oh, don't need this. Don't need this. Flight instruments. Nav frequency box. Airspeed indicators 2. 3 is true airspeed. 4 is current heading. 5 is turn rate indicator. 6 is heading bug. Outside temperature is 7. Soft keys is 8. 8. System time. Transponder data box is 10. Horizontal situation indicator HSI is 11. 12 barometric, 13 vertical speed indicator, 14 is reference at altitude bug. 15 is altimeter. 16 is reference altitude. 17 comm frequency box. 18 navigation status box. 19 slip skid indicator. 20 is attitude indicator. One is traffic, 2 is B speed reference, 3 selected heading, 4 wind data, 5 inset map, 6 DME window, 7 bearing information windows, 8 minimum descent altitude decision height, 9 flight plan window, 10 annunciation window, 11 selected course, 12 current vertical speed, 13 glide scope indicator, yep, micro beacon indicator 14, terrain annunciation is 15, 16 AFCS indicator, AFCS, okay, airspeed, V speed references, indicated speed, okay. One is roll pointer, 2 is roll scale, 3 is the horizontal line, 4 is the aircraft symbol, 5 is land representation, 6 is pitch scale, 7 is slip skid indicator, okay. Altimeter. Turn the alt knob to set the selected altitude small enough for 100 feet increments. If set minimum descent altitude decision height, value is also available for selected altitude. Flight instruments. The barometric pressure. Okay, mercury. BSI is a vertical speed indicator. Magenta chevron. When the vertical navigation is being used, the VDI appears in conjunction with TOD with a 1 minute alert. The VDI is removed from the display as the vertical deviation becomes invalid. Glide scope indicator. Okay, we just learned about this in-game. A green diamond acts as a glide scope indicator, like a glide scope. If a localizer frequency is tuned and there is no glide scope, no GS is displayed in place of the diamond. The glide scope is analogous to the glide scope for GPS approaches, supporting SBAS vertical guidance. When an approach of this type is loaded into the flight plan and GPS is the selected navigation source, the glide path indicator appears as a magenta diamond during approach. If the approach type degrades past the final approach fix, no GPS is displayed. HSI, horizontal situation indicator. The course pointer is a single line arrow, GPS VOR1 or LOC1, or a double line, which points in the direction of the set course. The to from arrow rotates with the course pointer and displayed with the active navigation aid when nav aid is received. 1 turn made, 2 select the heading, 3 current track, 4 lateral deviation, 5 navigation source, 6 aircraft symbol, 7 course deviation indicator, 8 rotating compass card, 9 is OBS mode active. 10, to and from. 11 is heading bug. 12 is course pointer. 13 is flight phase. 14 selected course. 15 terminal heading, car heading. 17 is lubber line. What is a lubber line? The arc HSI is an expanded part. Okay. Depending on the navigation source, the CDI on the arc HSI can appear in two ways: an arrowhead or a diamond. Digital reading of the current heading appears on top of the HSI. The current track is represented by the HSI magenta. Navigation angles are corrected on the computed. Okay. Turn rate indicator. Bearing pointers and information windows. You can have multiple bearings, okay. The DME, when it's CDI, course deviation indicator, moves left or right from the course pointer along a lateral deviation scale to display the aircraft position relative to the course. If course deviation, okay. Navigation source scale, cross-track error, flight phase, okay. CDI can display two sources of navigation, GPS or VOR LOC. When navigating using a VOR or localizer, the CDI uses the same angular deviation as the mechanical CDI. If the CDI exceeds the maximum deviation on the scale while navigating the GPS, the cross-track error is displayed below the white aircraft symbol. Changing navigation sources. Press the CDI soft key to change from GPS to VOR or LOC1. Displays the light blue tuning box over the nav1 standby frequency in the upper left corner of the PFD. Press the CDI soft key again to change from VOR1 to LOC1 to VOR2. System switches from GPS to LOC navigation source and change CDI scales accordingly when all of the following occur. A localizer or ILS approach has been loaded into the active flight plan. The final approach fix is the active leg. The final approach fix is less than 15 nautical miles away, and the aircraft is moving towards the final approach fix. A valid localizer frequency has been tuned. The GPS CDI deviation is less than 1.2 times. Okay. Once the departure procedure is activated, the CDI is scaled for departure. Within 31, upon reaching the first waypoint of the arrival route, during approach, the CDI scale ramps down even further. Okay. Omni Bearing Selector, OBS mode, suspends the automatic sequencing of waypoints in a GPS flight plan, but retains the current active to waypoints as the navigation reference, even after passing the waypoint. OBS is enunciated to the lower right of the aircraft. Okay. When OBS is enabled, a course line is drawn through the active to waypoint on the moving map. If desired, the course to from the waypoint can now be adjusted. When OBS mode is disabled, the GPS flight plan returns to normal operation with automatic sequencing of waypoints following the course set in OBS mode. The flight plan on the movement retains a modified course line. CDI. VOR, VOR2, GPS, VOR, VOR2. Okay. A lot of information. Oh, I should get the wind is wind, option 3. Okay. Vertical navigation indications. System alerting, TAWS annunciations, traffic, train, okay. Engine indication and reversionary mode. Okay. Provides engine leading information. Exhaust gas, engine indication system, okay. Lean display. Okay, press to lean. Okay. Engine manifold pressure, fuel quantity, okay. Okay, I don't need the audio panel. Comms panel. Okay, during PA, the comm frequency box is composed of 4 fields. The 2 active frequencies on the left side and the 2 standby frequencies are on the right. The comm receiver is selected for transmitting by pressing the comm mic keys on the audio panel. During reception of audio from the comm radio panel, okay. An active comm frequency displayed in green indicates that the comm receiver is selected on the audio panel. Both active comm frequencies appearing in white indicate that no comm radio is selected for transmitting. PAK selected on the audio panel. Active fields, standby fields. Transmitter, receiver, okay. During comm transmission, a white text TX appears by the comm frequency. Okay. White RX appears. Manual tuning. Where's the small comm knob to transfer the frequency tuning box and frequency transfer error between the upper and lower audio frequency? Okay. Pressing and holding the comm frequency transfer key for 2 seconds automatically loads the emergency comm frequency. Okay. Ah, I see. So holding onto the outer knob, pressing it, changes nav 1 and nav 2. Okay. Auto tuning. Comm frequencies can be automatically tuned from the following: nearest airports window on the PFD, WPT airport information page, nearest airports page, nearest frequencies page, and a nearest airspaces page. Auto tuning from the PFD. Comm frequencies for the nearest airports can be automatically tuned from the nearby airports window on the PFD. Press the N or ST soft key on the PFD to open the nearest airports window. When the desired frequency is 25, turn the FMS knob to scroll through the list and select the desired comm frequency. Press enter. Press the frequency key to transfer the frequency from comm active frequency field. Oh. So currently it's on nav 1. This is standby. I want to select this, which is where I am right now. Was it enter? Nearest. No. And press enter. Okay. Enter. 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 Highlight the desired calm frequency. Enter. Enter. Hmm. So that's the standby tuning. Slightly confused about why this doesn't seem to be working. WPT airport information page. No frequencies, what the fuck? I guess it's all done automatically? Radio selection activation, okay. Active frequencies on the right side and the standby frequencies are on the left. Okay. A nav radio is selected for navigation by pressing the CDI soft key located on the PFD. The active nav frequency selected for navigation is displayed in green. Pressing the CDI soft key once selects nav 1. Press the CDI key a second time selects nav 2. Press the CDI key soft key a third time activates GPS mode. Nav radio volume can be okay. So this is for the MFD. Barker beacon. Standby, okay. Entering a transponder code. Press XPDR. Press code. Okay, audio stuff. Flight management. Okay. Navigation mode indicates which sensor is providing the course data and the flight plan phase, departure, terminal, and en route. Oceanic approach or missed approach. Inset map, yep. Navigation mode, geographic data, maps. Active flight plan or flight annunciations. Distance. Symbols used in PFD setups are active leg, direct to, right procedure turn, left procedure turn, right holding pattern, left holding pattern, vector to final, right DME arc, left DME arc. Map panning. These are all map shit. Symbol setup. Airways. Airway discussion, high altitude airways or jet routes. Jet routes start at 18,000 feet MSL. Low altitude airways are drawn in gray. Low altitude, okay. High altitude. Wind vector. Fuel range ring, field of view. Selected altitude intercept arc. The map can display the location along the current track where the aircraft will intercept the selected altitude. Oh. Waypoints. Waypoints are predetermined geographical locations or pilot enter positions used for all phases of flight planning and navigation. Communication and navigation frequencies can be tuned automatically from various waypoint information pages, blah blah blah. Waypoints can be selected by entering the ICAO identifier, entering the name of the facility, or entering the city name. Identifiers with duplicates. Pressing enter on a PFT nearest airport. Turn the large FMS knob to select the NRST page route. Flight management. Localizer information. User waypoints. Airspace. Class B, Class C, okay. Direct to navigation. Okay. Flight planning. Flight planning on the G100 consists of building a flight plan by entering waypoints one at a time, adding... Whenever an approach, departure, or arrival procedure is loaded into the active flight plan. Active flight plan page. Active flight plan window on the PFD. flight plan. Runway 07 to FPL. Menu. Stored flight plans or turn to small FMS waypoint information. Imported flight plan, okay. Adding procedures. To insert predefined instrument procedures from the navigation database into a flight plan. Departure, landing. Departure. Select a stored flight plan from the flight plan catalog. Press Edit soft key or press the menu key. Menu. Menu. Select departure. Oh shit. Wait, how do I select it again? Menu. Yes. Can't really choose the runway. Is it because it's bugged or is it because it's not available? Departure. Edit or menu. Edit flight plan. I guess I can't edit the flight plan. That makes sense. Parallel track, okay. Highlighted leg is the active leg. Press the FPL key to display the active flight page or the active flight plan window. Act leg soft key. Activate leg. Okay. Vertical navigation. Altitude constraints. Procedures. Departure arrival. Precision approaches. No waypoints are required. The precision loading window defaults to the appropriate airport. A departure procedure is loaded at the departure airport and the flight path. Only one departure can be loaded. Viewing available departures. Loading on approaching to active flight plane using the proc key. Press the proc key. Course to altitude. In this missed approach procedure, the altitude immediately follows the map. Not part of the published procedure. It is called course to altitude, which the aircraft along the runway onto the altitude required to safely make the first turn towards the aim. This altitude is provided by Jeppesen. Okay. Who is Jeppesen? Flight plan mode, fuel statistics. Yeah, don't need all this. Receive autonomous integrity monitoring. Oh, don't need that. Navigating a flight plan. The following SPS, GPS, 1,000 feet, and a miss approach executed, miss view. Okay. Oh, this seems important. Wait, hold on. ATC now assigns routing to join V4. New heading of 240 cents. Intercept the... Enter V4 into the flight plan. Press... Activate the cursor. The desired entry point must be entered. Turn the large F note to desired flight point. Verify the display lag. Okay, as the CDI approaches center, aircraft turns up to active lag. As turn prompts are displayed. Okay. Okay, this is all about flight planning. Jesus. Hazard avoidance. Why don't we skip hazard avoidance? That might be useful in free flight when we have actual like world like live weather. These are all hazard avoidance. Finally, AFCS, automated flight control system. AFCS. Oh Jesus. Okay, you know what? There's so much stuff to read that I'm going to read this on my own after I end my stream. I think it's time for me to end my stream. I forgot how long I took just trying to read through the manual. It might seem super boring, but this is all part of the learning process. So I will end my stream here now because I actually have to go and end my stream. I will continue tomorrow. Yes, I will continue tomorrow. And hopefully I learned a lot more about the Cessna's automated flight control system. I don't think I will have to mess around with the flight management system just yet because I'm in the career mode and all the flight plans are preset, preloaded. But I will have to learn how to manage the PFD, the personal flight display, while I'm flying. So hopefully I can get used to how it works so that I can manage things on the fly quickly and make my flying more efficient. Because the more time I spend looking at this stuff, the PFD and fiddling around with the buttons, the more time it gives me to screw up my actual flying. So I'll be working on that. I will have to end this mission here. Learning a lot about this game. So, what did we learn today? Basic flight controls. Very basic. Tomorrow, managing the PFD and the navigation systems and the automatic control flight system. Once I have that down, I think my flights should be less stressful because I'll be able to utilize the onboard AFCS systems more efficiently. Okay, and I'm gonna have to figure out how to... I'm gonna have to figure out if I should get a very, very cheap webcam for my computer, both for my Vtube studio and my head tracking. Because my phone is struggling. Even though it's a Galaxy S21 Ultra, it overheats. Anyways, I actually do have to go. I hope you all enjoyed the stream. If you did, drop a comment. If you didn't, drop a comment and then leave. I don't know. Why are you watching stuff that you don't like? So many other content creators out there that you could be watching and enjoying. Okay. Bye. Gotta go. Ending stream.